Chapter 472 Escape. Yan Yi didn't continue his flight when he entered the boundless dense forest, and he found a place to conceal himself, and Lu Jianyao instead had chosen a naturally formed pit in the ground to hide. The pit wasn't really large, and it should be called small, and it was just enough for two people. It was even to the extent that they were both pressed closely against each other upon entering the pit, and it made them fall into a rather embarrassing state. It was especially so for Lu Jianyao. Her entire face was covered in an uncomfortable expression, and she even felt that Yang Yi might have done this on purpose. At this moment, Yang Yi naturally didn't think too much about this. There were 10 Exalt Realm experts pursuing him, so how could he possibly have the time to think about all of that? He wasn't someone that allowed his lower body to control his actions. He wanted to kill his pursuers, but it wasn't a very realistic thought, because they were all Exalt Realm experts. So, he had to kill them in a single strike, and it had to be when one of them was all alone. Because if there were two there, then the others would be able to rush over by the time he annihilated to the two of them. After all, Exalt Realm experts could tear space open and teleport through it. Besides that, he had a burden by his side as well. So, the current situation didn't look good at all. Yan Yi lowered his head to gaze at Lu Jianyao, while he felt quite helpless in his heart. If this woman wasn't here, then the pressure he suffered would be comparatively lighter. However, he couldn't act freely while she was by his side. The thing he felt most helpless about was that he couldn't just abandon her. It wasn't because he was reluctant to do so, but he really couldn't. Luo Jun had numerous supporters right now. So, if the city governor's estate were to lean over to his side, then the Southern Territory would be in a worse situation. Thus, he couldn't allow her to fall into Luo Jun's hands, no matter what. Suddenly, Yan Yi's expression changed, and his hands around Lu Jianyao couldn't help but tighten their embrace on her. Lu Jianyao's face flushed red, but she seemed to have noticed something, so she immediately glared at Yan Yi with anger and embarrassment, yet didn't say anything. 2 black-clothed figures appeared near their hiding spot. "Strange, the Sword Emperor's aura actually vanished completely," said one of the black-clothed figures. "His strength is extraordinary indeed. Even those little bastards at the Azura camp are probably unable to compare to him. No wonder the mortal emperor redeployed us from the Central Territory to deal with him. I was quite puzzled in the beginning because it was naturally unnecessary for us to be dispatched to kill a spirit realm profounder. Now, it would seem like the mortal emperor's decision was correct. Ordinary Exalt Realm profounders would really be unable to kill him," said the other black-clothed figure. "He's only at the spirit realm now, yet already possesses such strength. If he's allowed to attain the Exalt Realm, then even we would probably be helpless against him. So, he must be eliminated. Otherwise, he'll definitely become a great enemy to the mortal emperor." "You're right. He shouldn't have gone far. We are probably still able to catch up. Let's go." Their figures flashed and vanished on the spot. Yan Yi frowned within the pit, and his expression hadn't eased up at all. Lu Jianyao was about to speak when she heard them leave, but Yan Yi's expression changed violently. He pressed his lips down onto hers while she watched with an astounded expression, and it made her swallow the words she was about to speak. Lu Jianyao's mind was completely blank, and she stared at Yan Yi with disbelief. On the other hand, Yan Yi was looking at her as well. However, his eyes were filled with rage instead. Lu Jianyao wanted to resist, but Yan Yi held tightly onto her to the point she couldn't even move, and she had no choice but to let Yan Yi kiss her. A short while later, and just when Lu Jianyao intended to fight desperately against Yan Yi, the voices of those 2 black-clothed figures suddenly resounded here again. "Looks like he isn't here. That's strange. Could he have evaporated into thin air? We must kill him no matter what. Let's split up and search for him." The 2 of them vanished again. Yan Yi moved his lips away from Lu Jianyao's lips, and then he glanced coldly at her. Earlier, she'd almost spoiled everything. She's really useless at everything but great at spoiling things. Sorry. At this moment, Lu Jianyao was slightly aggrieved. It was she who'd been taken advantage of, yet it was her who apologized as well. She knew that if Yang Yi hadn't stopped her just now, then both of them would definitely be finished right now. It was especially so for her. Because Yang Yi might be able to escape, but she would definitely be captured by them. Yang Yi held Lu Jianyao in his arms as he flashed onto the ground, and then he pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "Miss Lu, you are clearly aware of the current situation we face. Just as you said, both of us will be unable to escape if I continue bringing you along. However, truthfully speaking, I'm unable to abandon you as well. After all, your father and I can be said to be cooperating with each other. Go on, tell me what I need to do," said Lu Jianyao. She knew that Yang Yi definitely had a way. "You don't have to do anything. I just have to make Miss Lu suffer a little injustice for some time." Yang Yi waved his right hand, and then the ancient sheath appeared here. He said, "It has a space of its own within it, and it can hide living people. I hope Miss Lu will be able to stay in there for the time being. Do I have a choice?" Lu Jianyao glanced at Yang Yi while a complicated expression flashed through her eyes. "You don't." Yang Yi restrained his smile, and then a strand of light flashed from within the ancient sheath before Lu Jianyao was taken into it by the sword's spirit. After this burden of his, Lu Jianyao, was gone, Yang Yi unconsciously felt much more relaxed. Actually, he should have placed her within the ancient sheath a long time ago, but he was afraid that she would refuse. If she did and resisted, then it would undoubtedly spoil everything while they were in a situation like the one that they just overcame. If he were to still take her along while they were in such a situation, then just as she said, they would be finished. So, he intended to force her into the ancient sheath even if she refused. Fortunately, she cooperated with him, otherwise it would probably cause even more trouble for him. Yang Yi flipped his palm, and then the blue sword chest appeared on his face, and then Void Flash appeared in his grasp with another flip of his palm. However, as if he felt that wasn't enough, Yang Yi withdrew a bunch of talismans, and just slapped all of them onto himself while disregarding exactly what type of talismans they were. Once he was done, Yang Yi withdrew the immortal binding rope and coiled it around his arm. He was facing elite Exalt Realm assassins this time, so he didn't dare act carelessly at all. Because the slightest mistake might cause him to be besieged by numerous enemies. Once they locked him in combat, then it would be extremely difficult for him to escape once more. They weren't stupid, so how could they possibly give him another chance to flee? Thus, he had to kill them immediately if he were to attack, otherwise he would open himself up to all sorts of potential threats. Once he fully prepared himself, Yang Yi's figure flashed and vanished on the spot. The Central Territory. Embark gazed at the black-clothed woman, her aunt, who stood before her in this room, and she asked in a low voice, "Why?" Only after they arrived at the Central Territory did she realize that some assassins of the Yin clan had left the clan and their whereabouts were unknown, and only after she investigated it did she find out that they'd actually gone to assassinate Yang Yi. Moreover, it was her aunt who gave the order. "I approved of the union between you two in the past, but it's utterly impossible for anything to happen between the two of you now. The mortal emperor has risen, and his footsteps to unite the continent can't be stopped. Yet he has enmity with the mortal emperor. So, the entire Yin clan will definitely have to go against the mortal emperor if the two of you were to get together. If that happens, then the Southern Yin clan would be finished. Thus, regardless of whether it's for you or the Yin clan, he still must die," said the black-clothed woman. And Byra shook her head and said, "And do you know that with his character, he'll definitely hate our Yin clan to the extreme because of your action. With his character, he's capable of doing anything once he goes mad with rage. Not only have your actions brought no benefit to the Yin clan, it'll even create a formidable enemy for our Yin clan. We're already enemies with him now, aren't we?" said the black-clothed woman. And Byra said, "It's not the same. Before this happened, perhaps he would still feel displeased that we've sided with Luo Jun, but he would be understanding about it. Because we just had differing standpoints. Yet now, we've taken the initiative to kill him, and it's equivalent to tell him that we're really mortal enemies with him and that we've truly gone over to Luo Jun's side. Once he thinks like that, then our Yin clan will definitely suffer his unbridled revenge in the future." At this moment, Monarch Realm experts can act against him, and very few amongst the Exalt Realm are capable of killing him. Understand? He's only at the Spirit Realm, said the black-clothed woman. And Byra shook her head and said, The Flower Palace suffered such consequences because they had similar thoughts like you, Aunt. Even though he's only a Spirit Realm profounder, he's related to the interests of numerous powers. Not to mention any other powers, just the Grand Qin Empire, the Dark Beast Empire, the Sword Sect, the Shao Clan, and the Demon Emperor of the Demon Territory will all stand on his side. In short, once all of these forces truly join forces, then even the exalted Han Empire wouldn't dare underestimate them at all. When she spoke up to this point, and Byra paused for a moment and said, There's one more thing. He's the Sword Emperor. I presume you're aware of the natural talent he possesses. Once he's allowed to mature, then even the mortal emperor would probably have to fear him. Even if it has been 10,000 years, the exalted Han Empire should have not forgotten the might of the Sword Sect's founding ancestor. But didn't he say that we're mortal enemies? Said the black-clothed woman. Byra said, Even though he spoke in that way, I firmly believe that he would only target Luo Jun. But now, our clan has dispatched assassins to pursue and kill him, so he won't just target Luo Jun. When she spoke up to hear, and Byra laughed bitterly and said, Once he goes berserk and disregards everything, then our clan will definitely suffer heavy losses. And your actions are undoubtedly like helping Luo Jun share some hatred and enmity. There are 10 Exalt Realm assassins after him. Moreover, 3 of them are at the 5th rank while 2 more are at the 6th rank. How could he possibly escape when facing such a force? Said the black-clothed woman. And Byru spoke with certainty. They won't be able to kill him. The black-clothed woman glanced at Anbiru and said, Little girl, tell you Aunt the truth. Do you hope for his death, or do you hope that he survives? Anbiru was stunned, and then the atmosphere in the room fell silent. The black-clothed woman sighed lightly when she saw this, and then she turned around and headed out of the room. Aunt, what are you doing? I'm going to ask Hong and the others to return. It's already too late. Chapter 473 Kill. Yang Yi seemed as if had evaporated into thin air and completely vanished from the mountain range. 10 black-clothed figures were gathered somewhere in the area. One of the 6th-rank Exalt Realm experts from the Central Territory spoke in a low voice. A boundless plain it right after this mountain range. So, he should be still within this mountain range. Let's search this place inch by inch. Then wouldn't we have to split up? Hong frowned. That 6th-rank Exalt Realm expert glanced coldly at her and said, If your clan is afraid of a Spirit Realm profounder, then you can join forces and search together. We aren't afraid! As soon as he finished speaking, he and the other 4 black-clothed figures from the exalted Han Empire had split up towards different directions. Hong and the others had quite unsightly expressions as they stood on the spot. All of them were assassins, yet those assassins from the exalted Han Empire weren't afraid, while the assassins from her clan were afraid of a Spirit Realm profounder and intended to form a group of 5. Truthfully speaking, even she felt quite embarrassed by this. However, she was very well aware of how terrifying Yang Ye's strength was, and the slightest bit of carelessness against him might even put her life in danger. After remaining silent for a short while, Hong shook her head helplessly and said, Split up and search for him. Don't act rashly upon encountering him and notify everyone first. The other 4 assassins by Hong's side nodded, and then they vanished on the spot. Hong was just about to leave as well, but an unexpected event suddenly occurred here. A golden rope shot through space and instantly arrived before her. Hong's expression changed violently. Her reaction wasn't slow at all, and she swiftly swiped her dagger at the golden rope. Clang! The golden rope was blasted flying, but her pupils constricted at the same time because 4 rays of light were shooting violently towards her at a speed that she couldn't avoid at all. Dao artifacts! 4 Dao artifacts! Hong discerned their quality with a single glance. So, how could she dare to act carelessly against them? She was just about to react to them when Yang Ye's voice suddenly resounded here. Rapid shift! In just a blink of the eye, Yan Yi had appeared in front of Hong. A wisp of a savage expression arose on the corners of his mouth as he gazed at her. The latter was shocked by this development, and was about to teleport away when Yan Yi suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground and shouted, "Sword domain!" An indescribable force instantly pressed down upon Hong, and it caused her countenance to instantly turn ghastly pale. Meanwhile, the 4 Dao artifacts had entered into Yan Yi's sword domain. However, they didn't strike down onto Hong, and they just circled around her instead, causing her to dare not move in the slightest. Yan Yi. Hong seemed to intend to say something, but Yan Yi suddenly shook his head and waved his right hand. The 4 swords transformed into 4 rays of light that pierced through Hong's body. The latter instantly opened her eyes wide while unwillingness filled her eyes. She had thought that Yan Yi wouldn't kill her. After all, they weren't complete strangers and knew each other. However, she hadn't expected that Yan Yi would even refuse to give her a chance to speak. Yan Yi glanced at Hong's corpse while there wasn't even the slightest ripple in his eyes. Truthfully speaking, he was slightly hesitant just now. He was hesitant about whether he should kill this woman who stood in front of him. After all, they'd worked together in the past, and there was some friendship between them in the end. However, Yan Yi stopped hesitating completely when he thought about how Shed attacked him mercilessly during their first encounter that day. He wasn't one to return enmity with kindness, and he was determined to kill anyone who wanted to take his life. Even if it was in Bairu. Yan Yi waved his right hand and Hong's corpse was taken into the ancient sheath. Even though Head killed her, her strength was really not bad, and if he hadn't relied on the 5 Dao artifacts he possessed, the sword domain, and launching a surprise attack against her, then it would be utterly impossible for him to kill her. Such a person was suitable to be refined into a sword servant. Yan Yi swept the surroundings with his gaze, withdrew an extreme-grade energy stone and placed it within his pocket before his figure flashed and vanished on the spot. If he didn't possess these extreme-grade energy stones, then he wouldn't dare to utilize 5 Dao artifacts at once, no matter what. After all, utilizing all 5 of them at once just now had almost sucked him dry. "I'm still too weak." Yan Yi's soft voice drifted through the air. "The Central Territory. Hong's soul plate has burned up." "She's dead," said the black-clothed woman in a low voice. And Bairu fell silent for a moment before she said, "Looks like he has already taken our clan to be a sworn enemy of his. Otherwise, he wouldn't act completely ruthlessly as he has now." "Should we send even more forces over?" said the black-clothed woman. And Bairu glanced at the black-clothed woman and said, "And don't interfere in the matters of the clan from now on. And don't interfere in the matters between us as well. If you're unable to do that, then I can only ask you to leave the clan." The black-clothed woman's expression changed, and then she laughed bitterly. At this moment, how could she be unable to understand Bairu's thoughts? "Bairu, you're even discarding you aunt for him?" said the black-clothed woman. And Bairu stood up and walked slowly towards the door, and she stood upon reaching it and said, "Do you still not understand? Besides arousing his hatred and future vengeance, what other benefits has your actions given the clan? None. Not only are there no benefits from your actions of dispatching assassins to take his life, you've even caused the past relationship between him and the clan to be destroyed. I know that Aunt thinks that our clan is powerful and is unafraid of his revenge. However, we didn't have to endure his revenge in the first place. Moreover, the relationship we had with him in the past would be equivalent to providing the clan with another way out. But it's all gone now." As soon as she finished speaking, Bairu took a deep breath and said, "Ask the others to return immediately. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices." Yan Yi sat cross-legged within a cave, and both Mo Qingyu and Mu Jun were standing in front of him. Mo Qingyu had attained the 3rd rank of the spirit realm, while Mu Jun was at the 4th rank of the spirit realm. However, the strengths of these 2 sword servants were too weak in Yan Yi's opinion. They were definitely capable of sweeping through opponents in the same realm of cultivation, but they were worthless against Exalt realm experts. However, Yan Yi didn't give up on them because they possessed enormous potential. Once they advanced into the Exalt realm, then their strengths would definitely be much more formidable than ordinary Exalt Realm experts. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he waved his hand, and he placed both of them within the tiny vortex. There was ample energy within the tiny vortex, so their natural talent would definitely allow them to improve swiftly while cultivating within there. After that, Yang Yi gave Hong's corpse to the sword spirit. He naturally didn't intend to give up on an Exalt Realm sword servant who was an assassin. It was slightly risky because there was quite a gap between him and the Exalt Realm, and he might not be able to control such a sword servant. However, it was worth a try. Once he finished all of this, Yang Yi sat down cross-legged, and then he withdrew 2 extreme-grade energy stones and placed them on his lap before he started cultivating. His current cultivation was too low, and he was utterly incapable of resisting Exalt Realm experts if he didn't rely on the tiny vortex. The reason he was able to kill Exalt Realm experts was because he could utilize Dao artifacts and bring forth a certain amount of their strength. But if it were any other spirit realm profounder or even in Nanjing, it would probably be impossible for them to utilize Dao artifacts like he did. After all, the amount of profound energy spirit realm profounders could store was too little. Even if some monstrous genius were able to store much more profound energy when compared to others, but it wasn't that much more. So Yang Yi's strength was bound to be sources from the tiny vortex. Only by improving the tiny vortex could his strength improve greatly, and if he wanted to improve the tiny vortex, then he had to work hard on his cultivation. Because the tiny vortex improved alongside him with every rank of cultivation he gained. Besides cultivating, Yang Yi did go around the area in search of Exalt Realm assassins who were all alone during the next few days. Had encountered 2 such targets during this period, but Yang Yi hadn't attacked them. Because while they were all alone, they were at the 5th rank and 6th rank of the Exalt Realm. He was truly not confident in his ability to instantly annihilate such an expert. No, it should be said that he wasn't even confident in his ability to defeat such an opponent. He was only at the Spirit Realm, and not the Exalt Realm right now. If he were at the Exalt Realm, then perhaps he could give it a try. But he was only at the Spirit Realm, so he truly didn't want to court death right now. Night slowly descended and enveloped the entire mountain range in darkness. Yang Yi opened his eyes within the cave, and then his lips parted slightly as he spat out a mouthful of foul energy. A wisp of delight flashed through Yang Yi's eyes because his ceaselessly cultivation for a few days and night had allowed him to advance into the 2nd rank of the Spirit Realm. Moreover, he was pleasantly surprised to notice that the profound energy pool within the tiny vortex had grown slightly larger as well. Besides that, the space within the tiny vortex had grown much larger as well. Something else that shocked Yang Yi was that both Amo Qingyu and Mu Jun had advanced in their cultivations. Amo Qingyu was at the 4th rank of the Spirit Realm now, while Mu Jun was at the 5th rank of the Spirit Realm. Moreover, the aura they emanated right now showed that they seemed to be on the verge of undergoing another advancement. How abnormal! Yang Yi chuckled. He was naturally aware that it was definitely because of the tiny vortex. After the energy within the White Dragon's abode had been absorbed into the tiny vortex, it had simply been transformed into a paradise of cultivation. The energy within it was so abundant to the point it had become material. So, even a pig would probably be able to cultivate to the point of taking human form if it cultivated in such a place. Yang Yi was slightly envious and depressed. Because he couldn't enter the tiny vortex to cultivate. Anyone else could, but only he couldn't, as he couldn't enter the tiny vortex himself. If he could enter the tiny vortex to cultivate, then it wouldn't even take long for him to advance into the Exalt Realm with the natural talent he possessed. But he couldn't. Yang Yi shook his head and stopped thinking about such depressing things. He waved his right hand and made the sword spirit appear before him with Hong by her side. Of course, Hong had been refined into a sword servant now. Yang Yi took a deep breath as he gazed at Hong, and then his soul shot into the center of her forehead. His task at hand was to subdue this sword spirit and place his brand onto its soul. If he succeeded, then it would represent that he would possess an extraordinary goon from that moment onward. If he failed, Yang Yi had never considered failure to be an option. Chapter 474 Trump Card. Time passed slowly while Yan Ye's countenance grew gradually paler. Subduing an Exalt Realm sword servant was much more difficult than had imagined. Because the soul and will of an Exalt Realm expert was something that a Spirit Realm profounder couldn't compare to. However, Hong was only a puppet without a will of her own, so her resistance was only carried out unconsciously. So, while it was troublesome for Yan Yi, it wasn't impossible. 2 hours later, Yan Yi suddenly slumped to the ground while Hong's eyes opened slowly. However, her eyes were completely still and without any color. Hong walked slowly towards Yan Yi, and then she took a knee before him and said respectfully, "Sword Master!" A trace of a smile appeared on Yan Ye's pale face. Even though the process was quite difficult, had succeeded in the end. From this moment onward, it was equivalent to him possessing an extraordinary goon who was at the 3rd rank of the Exalt Realm. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Yan Yi had seen a ray of hope from this. Since he could subdue Exalt Realm experts, then he naturally intended to subdue even more of them. It's best if I'm able to form a huge group of Exalt Realm sword servants. Yan Yi recovered his strength after half a day of recuperation, and then he lifted the sword chest onto his back before walking out of the cave. He knew that those pursuers of his hadn't left, because he could sense figures flying by swiftly every now and then while he resided within the cave. Suddenly, a black shadow whistled over from the distant sky. Yan Yi withdrew his gaze and glanced at Hong while a wisp of an evil arc arose on the corners of his mouth. At this moment, all of them were unaware that Hong wasn't the same person anymore. Yan Ye's figure flashed and vanished on the spot, and only Hong was left behind on the spot. In next to no time, that black shadow descended in front of Hong. "What are you still doing here?" The person who arrived here gazed at Hong with a puzzled expression. A few days ago, the Yin clan had suddenly ordered all its assassins to leave, and he hadn't expected that Hong had actually stayed back. Hong spoke abruptly. "I noticed his tracks." "Oh?" He was delighted and said, "Where?" Their group of 5 had practically searched the entire mountain range yet hadn't noticed a trace of Yan Ye's tracks. So they'd been on the verge of going berserk in the last few days. "He's..." Suddenly, Hong clenched her right hand towards the black-clothed figure and shouted, "Spatial cage!" The space around the black-clothed figure suddenly frozen, and it caused his expression to change greatly while he shouted, "What are you doing?" As he spoke, he was just about to break this spatial cage apart. However, a golden rope suddenly pierced through space and wrapped itself around him. In an instant, the profound energy within his body stopped moving and fell into a deathly silent state. This caused the black-clothed figure to be horrified, and he shouted, "What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of my exalted Han Empire's revenge? Quickly let..." A ray of gold light flashed, and then the black-clothed man's voice stopped abruptly. He lowered his head and looked at his chest with disbelief because a hole that was stabbed open by a sword had appeared there. If it was just a normal hole, then such injuries weren't a big deal to him. However, the problem was that a strand of sword intent was destroying his body from within without any restraint. In less than 2 breaths of time, all his internal organs had been completely destroyed by the sword intent, and his gaze quickly dimmed down. Yan Yi appeared before the black-clothed man, and then he gestured with his right hand, causing the immortal binding rope to wrap itself onto his arm. He glanced at it, and then he grinned because it really was a great treasure. After all, even Exalt Realm experts couldn't struggle free upon being bound by it. Of course, an Exalt Realm assassin would have naturally not been bound with such ease if it were at any other time. So, Hong's spatial cage had contributed greatly to all of this. When such a combination was utilized in a surprise attack, even a 4th-rank Exalt Realm assassin didn't have the chance to counterattack before death arrived. After that, Yan Yi waved his right hand again and handed the corpse of this Exalt Realm assassin to the sword spirit. He glanced at the surroundings and took a deep breath while a smile covered his face. Because he noticed that it didn't seem to be difficult to kill all of these assassins on this mountain range. 2 hours later, there was one more sword servant by Yan Ye's side. It was naturally that Exalt Realm assassin from before. His name was Mo Mingjin, and he was a 4th rank Exalt Realm expert. Yang Yi was surprised to find out that this assassin actually possessed no memories. Yes, this assassin merely possessed his memories from after he arrived at Ancient Domain City, and everything else was a complete blank sheet. This made Yang Yi, who wanted to investigate their origins and the situation within the exalted Han Empire, to feel depressed. He knew that they were definitely assassins that the exalted Han Empire had fostered in secret, and their memories had surely been wiped off by the exalted Han Empire as well. As for the reason, it was naturally because the exalted Han Empire feared that they would fall into the hands of people who were looking for information and expose the secrets of the exalted Han Empire. Even Exalt Realm experts were treated in such a way. Looks like the exalted Han Empire's strength is far beyond my expectations. No wonder it dared to speak about uniting the continent. Yan Ye's expression was slightly solemn because the closer he got to the exalted Han Empire, the more terrifying this colossus seemed to him. Haha. What's the fucking point of thinking about all of that now? As if I would submit to them. Yan Yi shook his head, and then his figure flashed and vanished on the spot with the 2 sword servants. At this moment, he was already at odds with the exalted Han Empire, so was it even possible for him to make peace with that colossus? Of course not. Since it was impossible, then thinking so much about it was meaningless. His current objective was to kill those assassins who were pursuing him, and it was best if he could refine all of them into sword servants in the end. In the past, Yang Yi felt that the Sword Emperor's ancient sheath was quite useless because it seemed to have no other ability besides amplifying his sword intent and acting as a counter to all swords. However, both of those abilities weren't really important to him, but only now did he realize that the ancient sheath was extremely abnormal. Wasn't the ability to refine Exalt Realm experts into sword servants an abnormal ability? Of course, there were limits to this. But these limits weren't related to the sword spirit, and it was related to his own strength instead. He was able to control 10 sword servants, at most, with the current realm of cultivation he possessed. However, that was very good in Yan Ye's opinion. If all 10 of them were Exalt Realm experts, then it would be considerably terrifying. After all, the Monarch Realm experts of the continent weren't allowed to make a move against him. In next to no time, Yang Yi found another Exalt Realm assassin, and a smile couldn't help but curve onto the corners of his mouth. At this moment, laying eyes on these assassins was equivalent to laying eyes on extraordinary sword servants under his control, so he was naturally happy when he saw them. Yang Yi! The pupils of that assassin constricted upon noticing Yang Yi, and then he glanced at Mo Mingjin and Hong before he said, "What are?" Yang Yi didn't give him the time to talk nonsense. He shook his right hand a little, and then the immortal binding rope flashed and transformed into a ray of light that shot towards that assassin. A Tao artifact. His expression changed drastically, and he was just about to attack when he suddenly heard 2 voices resounded here. Spatial cage! Spatial cage! Chapter 475 The Ocean of Anarchy. Hiss! A ray of light pierced through the chest of that assassin who was bound by the immortal binding rope, and then the sword intent in that attack instantly crushed the internal organs within that black-clothed assassin's body. His eyes were open wide. Even at the moment before his death, he still couldn't figure out why Mo Mingjin and Hong would help Yang Yi. Unfortunately, he would never be able to figure it out. After he passed the black-clothed assassin's corpse to the sword spirit, Yang Yi withdrew an extreme-grade energy stone and started absorbing the energy within it. Even though they'd annihilated a 4th-rank Exalt Realm assassin with ease this time, Yang Yi hadn't aroused any intent to underestimate his opponents at all. Yang Yi was very clearly aware that the reason he'd been able to kill them with such ease was that had taken them by surprise. If he hadn't, then perhaps Yang Yi and the 2 sword servants could kill that black-clothed assassin, but it would absolutely not be accomplished with such ease. Moreover, the slightest mistake might allow that fellow to escape, or notify his companions. So, Yang Yi didn't think that Exalt Realm experts weren't a threat to him anymore since he was able to kill 2 of them in succession. Just like that, another 2 hours passed before the profound energy within Yan Ye's body recovered, and the sword servant had been refined by the sword spirit as well. All that was left was to subdue it. With the experience had accumulated from his first 2 attempts, it was clearly much easier for Yang Yi this time, and had succeeded in less than an hour. This sword servant had a name as well. But the sake of convenience, Yang Yi renamed those 2 assassins from the Central Territory. Mo Mingjin was called Black One and the other black-clothed assassin was called Black Two. As for Hong, she was still called Hong. As he gazed at the 3 sword servants who stood before him, Yan Yi had no choice but to sigh with emotion about how extraordinary the sword spirit was and the sword emperor who created such a technique. Because it was truly an extraordinary technique. It wasn't extraordinary because it could take control of Exalt Realm experts, and the main reason was because besides their lack of emotion and a will of their own, they were no different than a living person in every other aspect. That was exactly why Hong and Black One had been able to deceive Black Two with ease just now. It was because their outer appearances were no different than that of a living person. So, unless they scanned the sword servants with their divine sense, otherwise, it was impossible to discern that the sword servants weren't living people by relying solely on one's eyes. If someone close to me was refined into a sword servant, Yan Yi instantly shuddered with fear when he thought of this possibility, and he felt fortunate in his heart that this secret technique had fallen into his hands. Otherwise, if it had fallen into the hands of others like Luo Jun, then it would truly be terrifying. After he put the 3 sword servants away, the blue sword chest he carried on his back vanished as well. Had found out from Black Two that there were 3 more Exalt Realm assassins in the mountain range, and 2 of them were at the 5th rank of the Exalt Realm, while the last was at the 6th rank of the Exalt Realm. Yan Yi immediately decided to give up on subduing them because the sword spirit said that 5th rank Exalt Realm experts were definitely not existences he could subdue right now. The 5th rank of the Exalt Realm was a divide, and the gap between those below the 5th rank and those at the 5th rank or above was extremely huge. This wasn't displayed solely by their strength and attainments in the secrets of space, and it included their souls as well. The soul couldn't be destroyed when a sword spirit was refined and created. However, the souls of 5th rank Exalt Realm experts could leave their bodies just like his sword soul technique, which allowed his soul to leave his body. Even though their souls couldn't leave their bodies for too long, they possessed a certain level of ability to resist. To put it simply, the souls of 5th rank Exalt Realm experts weren't like the souls of experts below the 5th rank of the Exalt Realm, which merely resisted unconsciously. Their souls could resist consciously. The current strength of Yan Ye's soul was utterly incapable of going against the soul of a 5th rank Exalt Realm expert. So, Yan Yi didn't hesitate to give up on kill them. Because failure would represent that his possession of the sword servants would be exposed. He didn't want to expose it right now because he wanted to give Luo Jun a huge pleasant surprise in the future. 3 black-clothed figures were gathered together somewhere on the mountain range, and they had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Because they noticed that they weren't able to contact the other 2 of their companions anymore. They are dead! The 6th rank Exalt Realm expert amongst them spoke in a low voice. The others were shocked and said, "Chenzhou, that should be impossible, right? Both of them are at the 4th rank of the Exalt Realm. How could Yan Yi possibly kill them with the strength he possesses? Moreover, he didn't cause even the slightest commotion. Wu Tsang is right," the last black-clothed figure said in a low voice. "I admit that the Sword Emperor's strength is very extraordinary. But I think it's impossible for him to kill the 2 of them without making a single sound or causing the slightest bit of commotion. After all, they are both at the Exalt Realm. Even if Yang Yi possesses some sort of shocking trump card, they're still capable of fleeing or resisting him for some time." "I didn't believe it in the beginning as well," Chenzhou said, "but I received a transmission from the Mortal Emperor just now. The Mortal Emperor said that their soul tablets have burned up. In other words, they are really dead. However, I don't know if they died at Yan Ye's hands or not. But I think that it's definitely related to him, even if he wasn't the one who killed them." Their expressions instantly changed upon hearing this. Chenzhou said, This Sword Emperor is extremely mysterious. Not only does he possess numerous Tao artifacts, he's even able to conceal his aura. Moreover, his strength far surpasses any profounder at the same realm of cultivation. He's the most monstrous genius I've even seen, and he'll definitely become another formidable enemy of the mortal emperor if he's allowed to mature. I'm truly unable to figure out why the heavens and the earth would allow such a monstrous genius to appear here when it has chosen the mortal emperor as its representative. Was his presence allowed in order to temper the mortal emperor? It must be like that. Wutsang said. Didn't huge amounts of monstrous geniuses surge into appearance when the mortal emperor appeared in the continent during the ancient times? But didn't all of them submit before the feet of the mortal emperor in the end? Even though the Sword Emperor is a monstrous genius, he'll still be a stepping stone for the mortal emperor in the end. I hope so, said Qinzhou. He was completely indifferent when he heard Yan Ye's name while he was in the Central Territory in the past. After all, Yan Yi was merely at the spirit realm. So how monstrous could Yan Yi be? Yet now, he noticed that this Sword Emperor was such a monstrous genius that even he was slightly fearful. He wasn't afraid of Yan Ye's current strength, he was afraid of Yan Ye's future strength. He could imagine that once Yan Yi stepped foot into the Exalt realm, then it would probably be impossible for anyone beneath the Monarch realm to kill Yan Yi. Brother Qin, should we continue pursuing Yan Yi, or? Asked Wutsang. Qinzhou shook his head and said, There are only 3 illusion formations left outside the Saint ruins. The mortal emperor has ordered us to immediately return to the Central Territory, and there will naturally be others to deal with Yan Yi in our stead. Alas, I presume the mortal emperor is displeased with us, otherwise he wouldn't dispatch others to replace us. I originally thought that kill the spirit realm profounder would be extremely easy for us. But I never expected that not only were we unable to kill him, we even lost 2 of our own. We've really lost face for our assassin battalion this time. The members of the Azura battalion will definitely ridicule us if we return like this. Wutsang said, Why don't we avoid rushing to the Central Territory right away and wait for Yan Yi to arrive exhausted before us at the Ocean of Anarchy? Yan Ye's objective is the Saint Ruins, and the Ocean of Anarchy is the way to the Central Territory. So, he'll definitely have to pass through there, and we'll definitely be able to wait for him to come to us if we wait there. Qinzhou was slightly tempted by this suggestion because he really didn't want to return just like this. After all, it was truly quite embarrassing. Even though Yan Yi was an extraordinarily monstrous genius, would others care about that detail? In their eyes, the only fact that remained would be that the 5 of them had pursued a spirit realm profounder, yet not only were they unable to kill their target, they'd even lost 2 of their own. Moreover, they'd even returned with their tails between their legs. Qinzhou hesitated for a moment before he decided. Let's go to the Ocean of Anarchy. I refuse to believe that he'll give up on heading to the Central Territory. As soon as he finished speaking, their figures flashed and vanished on the spot. Yang Yi appeared where they stood not long after they'd left. He was originally prepared to head to the Ocean of Anarchy just now, but Black 1 and Black 2 suddenly received a message from Qinzhou. Qinzhou had merely intended to inform the other 2, but he probably hadn't imagined that Black 1 and Black 2 had received the message as well. Yan Yi naturally refused to miss such an opportunity. So had snuck over. Moreover, it was fortunate that had snuck over because if he just headed to the Ocean of Anarchy without coming here, then he would have definitely fallen into their trap. Even though he wasn't afraid of them, he didn't want to have them chasing after him. After all, his objective was the Saint Ruins, and the Southern Territory would truly be finished if he were late and allowed Luo Jun to obtain the world portrait. Yan Yi fell silent on the spot for some time, and then his figure flashed onto his sword and shot towards the Ocean of Anarchy. After he eavesdropped on their conversation, Yan Yi knew that he had to speed up his journey to the Central Territory. Unfortunately, those 3 bastards actually refused to return to the Central Territory and intended to continue obstructing him at the Ocean of Anarchy. Yan Yi wouldn't have minded playing with them if it were at any ordinary time. However, he really didn't have the mood to fight them right now. The world portrait was the most important thing. Yang Yi stopped flying on his sword when he was about to reach the ocean of anarchy because doing that would undoubtedly be like giving away his position to the three assassins. Clack! 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 Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves resounded from behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi stopped moving and turned around to look. He saw a group dashing swiftly towards him, and there were a few hundred people in that group. A wisp of surprise flashed through Yang Yi's eyes because this group was using windbreaker horses, and every single one of the people in that group was at the King realm at least. They noticed Yang Yi as well, and they immediately tightened their grip on their weapons while their eyes were filled with vigilance. Yang Yi didn't want to cause trouble, so he flashed over to the side and made way for them. The group whistled past Yang Yi. At this moment Yang Yi noticed that there was a carriage amidst this group, and the guards surrounded it tightly. Obviously, the status and identity of that person within the carriage wasn't simple at all. However, it had nothing to do with him. Right at this moment, the group suddenly stopped moving. Chapter 476 How Do I Get There? An alluring woman who wore a red leather skirt and held a golden whip was obstructing their path. The woman was over 30 years ago, and had a hot figure that was covered in slightly revealing clothes. Besides the important areas on her body, practically every other part of her body was exposed in the air. The most striking thing was the tattoo on her neck. It was a tattoo of a little snake that was flicking its tongue, and it was coiled all around her neck. The head of the snake was facing downward, and it just happened to arrive at her cleavage, causing it to be an extremely arousing sight. The guards on the windbreaker horses seemed as if they were facing an extraordinary enemy when they saw this alluring woman, and their faces were covered in vigilant. It was because this woman was an Exalt Realm expert. "Protect the young miss!" The 9th rank Spirit Realm guard in the lead shouted furiously, and all the guards immediately withdrew their treasures, and the profound energy within their bodies surged as they stared fixedly at the woman. The woman chuckled, and then she casually swung the golden whip about. It instantly caused crackling sounds to erupt in the air, and then she said, "Young Miss Ding, you really are extraordinarily intelligent like the rumors said. You actually tricked your way through the scouts and ambush of my Sky Devil sect. If I hadn't had a backup plan in place, then you would have probably been able to flee back to the ocean of anarchy." Creak! The door of the carriage opened slowly, and then a woman in a green dress walked out slowly from within it. The woman was around the age of 17. She was pretty and slender, but her countenance was slightly sickly pale. She waved her hand, and then the guards around her instantly moved backward and opened up a path. "Medusa, I'm really unable to wrap my head around all of this. Everyone has been living in harmony at the Ocean of Anarchy for the last 100 years. So why has your Sky Devil sect suddenly attacked my Ding clan? Is your Sky Devil sect not afraid of my Ding clan's rage?" said the woman. "Young Miss Ding, are you trying to delay so that the reinforcements from your Ding clan can rescue you?" Medusa said. "If that's your plan, then I can tell you that there's no need to continue waiting, because others have gone to stop those experts from coming here." The woman revealed a wisp of apprehension, and then she said, "The Blue Wave sect, Nebula sect, and Divine Mystery sect have joined forces with your Sky Devil sect?" She was very clearly aware that since Medusa dared to speak those words, then the Sky Devil sect had definitely obtained assistance. Otherwise, it was impossible for the Sky Devil sect alone to go against her Ding clan. A wisp of surprise flashed through Medusa's eyes, and then she said, "Young Miss Ding is really extraordinarily intelligent. Since you've guessed the answer, then you won't be trying to carry out any pointless resistance, right? I guarantee that if you follow me obediently, then I'll spare all of your subordinates' lives. Young Miss Ding, you're my only target." "Even I did agree, these guards of mine wouldn't," said the woman. "We swear to protect the young miss to our deaths." All of them spoke simultaneously while their eyes were filled with resolute expressions, and there was no cowardice within their eyes at all. "So, young Miss Ding intends to resist until the very end?" Medusa's gaze gradually grew icy cold. Even though she was an Exalt Realm expert, she was facing over 100 profounders. Moreover, over 30 of them were at the Spirit Realm, while there were over 10 at the 9th rank of the Spirit Realm. They were quite a threat to her if they were to be united in battle, otherwise she wouldn't have wasted her breath for so long. "Form the formation," said the woman. As soon as she spoke, all those guards around her moved swiftly, and they formed a circulate formation in a short moment. The guards at the internal layer of the circle held bows in their hands while the guards at the outer layers held spears in their hands. Moreover, a faint blue circle of light had appeared beneath their feet. "We just have to persist for an hour. The experts of our clan will definitely be here by then. If we're able to survive this battle, then my Ding clan is willing to give 10 top-grade energy stones to each and every one of you. Moreover, the Earth Rank Technique Pavilion will be open to all of you for half a month while you can choose one of the Earth Rank Treasure within the Earth Rank Treasure Pavilion. If you die in battle, then my Ding clan will provide a compensation of 50 top-grade energy stones, and allow your children to join the Ding clan to learn alongside the disciples of the Ding clan." The woman's flat voice resounded throughout the surroundings. All of them seemed as if they'd taken stimulants when they heard her, and they spoke excitedly. "Well, protect the young miss to our deaths." Medusa's expression was slightly unsightly because she wasn't wrong. Those experts who had gone to stop the experts of the Ding clan weren't able to hold on for long. After all, the Ding clan was an extraordinary overlord in the ocean of anarchy. So, all of these sects wouldn't have dared to go against the Ding clan at all if it weren't for the support they received in secret from a certain party. Now, there were only two paths before her. The first was to attack immediately and fight to the bloody end in order to capture the young miss of the Ding clan. However, she didn't have much hope of succeeding by herself when the death squad of the Ding clan was protecting young Miss Ding. The second path was to wait for her forces to arrive. Earlier, she'd torn through space and rushed over here to stop young Miss Ding from arriving at the ocean of anarchy. So, the experts from her sect were still rushing over from somewhere else. If they were to arrive here, then it would be extremely easy for her to deal with the situation before her. However, if the experts from the Ding clan were the first to rush over, then she would definitely die a horrifying death without young Miss Ding as her hostage. Should I act immediately or wait? Medusa was in a slight dilemma. Yang Yi glanced at those two women from the side. She really is intelligent. Not only did she show no signs of panic when facing an Exalt Realm expert, she was even able to calmly set up a formation and win the hearts of her subordinates. Such a mentality and intelligence can truly compete with that cunning woman, Qin Xie. If she was by herself, then Yang Yi would have the slight urge to draw her over to his side. She was a capable talent, and she would definitely be able to be of great help to him. Unfortunately, it was obvious that her identity wasn't ordinary. So how could she possibly come over to his side? He didn't think he had some sort of aura of an overlord that could make all beauties and heroes of the world kneel before him if he revealed his identity as the Sword Emperor. Moreover, he didn't want to get involved in all this enmity between sects and clans. He had a huge amount of trouble already, so how could he have the mood to interfere in the business of others? Yang Yi shook his head, turned around, and walked over towards the side. Yang Yi's actions made the gazes of the two women move towards him. Unexpectedly, they frowned when they saw his actions yet didn't stop him. Obviously, they discerned Yang Yi's intentions, and that was he didn't want any trouble. Yang Yi took 2 steps before he suddenly stopped moving, and this action made their eyelids twitch. Moreover, Medusa even tightened her grip on her whip. Logically speaking, she was at the 2nd rank of the Exalt Realm, while this sword cultivator before her was merely at the 2nd rank of the Spirit Realm, so she shouldn't fear him. However, her intuition told her that this sword cultivator was extremely dangerous. Of course, she wasn't relying solely on her intuition. Those who'd attained the Exalt Realm were naturally not idiots. Based on her observation from before, she noticed that this sword cultivator was actually completely fearless when facing both their forces. Not only was he completely fearless, his gaze towards them was extremely calm and natural. If this sword cultivator wasn't someone who was extremely reckless, then he had trump cards that allowed him to remain fearless while facing both of them. They simultaneously chose to believe the second possibility because this man who carried a sword chest on his back didn't seem reckless at all. Yang Yi stopped, turned around, and glanced at everyone here before he said, How do I get to the ocean of anarchy? Yang Yi wasn't trying to act cool. Had really gotten lost upon descending to the ground. Chapter 477 Gone? Right at this moment, delight suddenly flashed on Medusa's face because her backup had arrived. Over 200 profounders flashed over from afar and arrived here in an instant. Every single one of them was at the King realm, at least. In just a short moment, they'd completely surrounded young Miss Ning's group under the command of the bald man who led their group. Young Miss Ding's face sank. Ding Xiaoyao, I'll give you one last chance. I'll spare the lives of all your guards if you were to be obedient and come with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless, said Medusa in a low voice. The woman called Ding Xiaoyao glanced at the surroundings while a wisp of a resolute expression flashed through her eyes, and she said, Everyone, I'm sure you're all aware of the Sky Devil sex style. They will definitely not spare all of you even if I agree to her demands. Split up and flee from this moment onward. Your fate will depend entirely on your own fortune. Don't worry, my promises from before are still valid even if you suffer misfortune and perish. When she spoke up to hear, Ding Xiaoyao flipped her palm, and a talisman appeared there. She shouted furiously, Flee! As soon as she finished speaking, she exerted a little strength with her hand, and the talisman instantly exploded apart before she vanished on the spot. It's a random teleportation talisman. Damn it! Medusa was instantly furious when she witnessed this scene, and she said, Kill them! Don't let a single one get away! Those guards recovered from their shock, and then they immediately gave up on resisting and flashed towards the surroundings. However, most of them were killed, and only less than 20 had charged out of the encirclement. But whether they could fully escape was still a problem before there was a whole group of profoundists chasing after them. My lord, what should we do now? Asked the bald man in a low voice. Medusa had quite a ferocious expression on her face. Victory was right within her grasps, yet she hadn't imagined that woman would actually possess a random teleportation talisman. It was actually all because she'd been careless. After all, she could have locked down this expansive space if she hadn't acted carelessly, and it would cause the random teleportation talisman to lose its effects. Unfortunately, she thought Ding Xiaoyao intended to fight desperately to the death. How could she have imagined that Ding Xiaoyao would actually give the order to flee and be the first to actually do it? Don't chase after those useless pieces of trash. Order everyone to search an area of 100 kilometers around us. Even though Ding Xiaoyao is a spirit realm profounder, she doesn't have any combat strength because of her physique. So, tell them that there's no need to fear her. Of course, they shouldn't act carelessly as well. After all, we can't guarantee that she doesn't have any life-saving measures in her possession, said Medusa with a gloomy expression. The bald man nodded, and then he glanced at Yang Yi and said, My lord, what about him? Medusa's gaze descended onto Yang Yi. She gazed at Yang Yi for a moment before she suddenly cracked a smile and said, Young master, you seem very unfamiliar. I presume you aren't from the ocean of anarchy? Yang Yi said. I'm not interested in the enmity between the powers here, and am merely passing by and just happened to stumble across this incident. I presume you're from the ocean of anarchy, so may I ask you how to get there? Medusa asked. Young master, why are you heading to the ocean of anarchy? Yang Yi frowned. Meanwhile, Medusa suddenly said, Just continue on forward, and you'll be able to arrive at the ocean of anarchy after you pass through Still Ridge. But you have to be careful because Still Ridge is filled with numerous dark beasts, and there's no lack of exalt-rank dark beasts amongst them. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to pass through Still Ridge with the strength you possess. So, why don't you come with us? At least we'll be able to take care of each other on the way. What do you think? There's no need for that. I'm in a rush, so I'll be bidding my farewells. Yang Yi nodded a little to the two of them, and then he walked forward. This woman and the Sky Devil sect were clearly not anything good, so he didn't want to have anything to do with them. It wasn't that he was afraid, but he just didn't want any trouble. Wait. Right at this moment, The bald man suddenly stopped Yang Yi. Medusa's brows knit together a little, and she glanced at the bald man with displeasure. With the experience and knowledge she possessed, she was practically sure that while this man was at the spirit realm, he definitely possessed some sort of trump card or an extraordinary identity. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to stay so indifferent when facing an Exalt realm expert. That was exactly why she allowed Yang Yi to leave. She wasn't afraid of him, but she didn't want any trouble as well. In any case, she would gain nothing from killing him. Yang Yi stopped and turned around to gaze at the bald man as he said, "What?" The bald man took a deep glance at Yang Yi before he said to Medusa, "My lord, do you remember that person who the sect master asked us to look out for? You weren't in the sect at that time, so you didn't see the portrait that the sect master had, but I did. I didn't recall it immediately just now, but now that I've thought about it, I noticed that the person in the portrait is extremely similar in appearance to him. If I'm not wrong, then he's definitely the person who the sect master is looking for. We can't allow him to leave," Medusa said. "Are you sure?" The bald man nodded and said, "That person in the portrait wasn't carrying a sword chest on his back, so I wasn't able to recognize him right away. But now it seems like besides the sword chest on his back, he's completely similar in likeness to that person in the portrait. So, I'm sure that he's the person who the sect master is looking for. The sect master said that if we found him, then we absolutely shouldn't alarm him and should notify the sect master first. I presume that he should be extremely important to the sect master. So, we absolutely can't allow him to leave." Medusa pondered deeply for a moment, and then she gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Young master, I presume you heard all of that, right?" At this moment Yang Yi's heart was filled with bewilderment. That bald fellow doesn't seem to be lying, but why would the sect master of the Sky Devil sect have a portrait of me? Could it be that? Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze turned icy cold. "Young master, I presume you won't reject coming to the Sky Devil sect with me, right?" Medusa spoke indifferently while the golden whip in her hand seemed to have come to life and was vibrating slightly. Earlier, she'd let him go because she wasn't aware of his origins and didn't want to cause trouble for herself. But now, she naturally couldn't let him go since her sect master was looking for him. "They'll go to there, but not with you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure flashed and shot explosively towards Medusa. At this point, it was pointless to continue wasting his breath, so Head attacked directly. He hadn't intended to attack her before this because he really didn't want to cause trouble for himself. After all, the most important matter at hand was to travel to the Central Territory. Unfortunately, she didn't intend to let him go. Since it was like that, then he could only deal with these fellows who were blocking his path. Medusa's face fell when she saw Yang Yi attack her because it was simply an insult to her when a spirit realm profounder actually took the initiative to attack her. She stopped holding back and flicked her wrists, causing the whip in her grasp to shoot swiftly towards Yang Yi like a golden snake. Yang Yi smashed his fist towards the whip that assaulted him. Bang! Medusa's whip was instantly blasted flying, and it shocked her. Obviously, she hadn't expected that Yang Yi's strength would actually be so great and would actually be able to blast her whip back. Once she recovered from her shock, all Medusa felt was fury. Because the attack of a dignified Exalt Realm expert like her had actually been blasted back by a Spirit Realm Profounder, and she felt that it was an utter humiliation. "You're courting death." Medusa waved her hand, causing the golden whip to expand in midair and transform into an almost 300 m long python, and the python shifted its body to smash down forcefully towards Yang Yi. A combat technique! Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly. He gestured with his hand and Dragonbone appeared within his grasp, and then he grabbed it with both hands as he slashed it horizontally. In an instant, countless threads of sword chi shot forward explosively, and collided with the golden python. Space immediately surged violently while countless waves of energy overlapped each other and swept towards the surroundings. Medusa revealed undisguised shock from her eyes when she witnessed this scene. Was that an attack from a Spirit Realm Profounder? It was even able to destroy my high-grade Earth rank combat technique. Fortunately, it was only sword chi that wasn't enhanced by sword intent. This young man has probably not comprehended sword intent, otherwise. Right at this moment, a ray of light flashed. A strand of violet sword chi had instantly arrived before Medusa, and she didn't even hesitate to wave her hand casually and strike it with her whip. Bang! An explosion resounded as the sword chi dispersed while Medusa's whip broke as well. After the sword chi dispersed, a strand of red light flashed out from there, and it didn't slow down at all as it shot towards her. Medusa was staring blankly at her broken whip, and then her expression changed drastically when she saw that strand of red light. She shouted with astonishment. Sword intent! Material sword intent! What sort of monster are you? Even though she was shocked, Medusa's reaction wasn't slow at all. She swiftly waved her right hand and clenched it, causing the strand of red light to be instantly frozen on the spot, and then it instantly rumbled and dispersed in midair. Right at this moment, Medusa's pupils constricted while coldness arose from the back of her neck. Medusa relied on the combat experience shed honed through numerous years to swiftly stomp her right foot on the ground and vanish on the spot. However, it was still a little too late, and a bloody cut which was over 10 centimeters long had appeared on the back of her neck. Medusa glanced at Yan Yi with astonishment. She completely disregarded the injury on her neck, tore space open, and flashed towards the distance at an extremely swift speed. She vanished from Yan Yi's field of vision in less than a breath of time. Yan Yi was stunned. She's gone just like that? I haven't even used my full strength. A short while later, Yan Yi shook his head while he felt quite speechless. He hadn't expected that a dignified Exalt Realm expert would actually flee from battle. However, Yan Yi noticed a problem which he faced. It was that he was really helpless against Exalt Realm experts if they were determined to flee. Just like when Medusa fled just now. All he could do was watch her flee. I seem to have forgotten that there's another person here. Yan Yi turned around to gaze at the dumbstruck bald man whose eyes were filled with shock, and then he shook his head. What was it like to court death? This was exactly it. Because the bald man wouldn't have to die if he hadn't talked too much. Unfortunately. A ray of light flashed, and then the head of the bald man who was a 5th-rank Spirit Realm Profounder flew into the air. It was really not difficult to sweep through all Profounders at the same realm of cultivation with the 8th-level Slaughter Sword intent he possessed. Yan Yi put his sword away, and then he turned around to look towards the side before he said, Are you still going to continue hiding there? Chapter 478 Monstrous Genius. A woman appeared in front of Yan Yi, and she was exactly Ding Xiaoyao who'd utilized a random teleportation talisman to flee just now. Actually, she hadn't utilized a random teleportation talisman at all, and it was a cloaking talisman instead. Yan Yi had only seen records of cloaking talismans in Lin Shan's books, and he hadn't seen one in his life. He hadn't imagined that he would actually see one here. Moreover, the quality of her cloaking talisman wasn't low at all. It was at the mid-grade at least. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to deceive Medusa just now. You're a talisman master! Ding Xiaoyao gazed at Yan Yi while she still held the talisman in her hand, and she said, Only a talisman master would be able to see through the difference between a cloaking talisman and random teleportation talisman. Based on your dressing, you're not from the Ocean of Anarchy, and you should be from the Southern Territory or Ancient Domain City. As for your objective, it's probably not the Ocean of Anarchy but the Central Territory, right? A monstrous genius. Yan Yi's eyelids twitched. She's truly intelligent. She was actually able to guess my origins and destination. She isn't inferior to Qin Xia at all. 8th-level sword intent and the ability to defeat an Exalt Realm expert while at the Spirit Realm. There's only a single person capable of that in the entire Southern Territory, and that's the Sword Emperor. You should be the Sword Emperor, Yan Yi, right? Said Ding Xiaoyao. Sometimes, being too smart isn't always a good thing. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Because she was too smart, and it even made him feel slightly fearful. Ding Xiaoyao grinned and said, We should be able to become friends because we have a common enemy. A common enemy? Yang Yi frowned. Ding Xiaoyao walked over slowly to Yang Yi and said, I've investigated you, and I have some knowledge about you. If I'm not wrong, you're probably heading to the Central Territory to stop Luo Jun from obtaining the world portrait, right? A ray of light flashed before Void Flash was pressed against Ding Xiaoyao's neck. However, the latter revealed no fear at all. Conversely, she was still smiling. However, her countenance was too pale, so this smile seemed to be quite strange. You've investigated me? Young Miss Ding, I don't think I know you, right? Yang Yi felt a trace of danger from her. It was slightly funny because a light flick of his sword could remove her head from her neck. However, had aroused a feeling of fear towards her within the depths of his heart. Must you insist on talking to me like this? Ding Xiaoyao gazed at Yang Yi as if she was talking to a friend, and her voice was very calm. Yang Yi took a deep glance at her, and then he put Void Flash away. He said, Young Miss Ding, can you answer my question now? Don't tell me that my reputation has spread to the ocean of anarchy. Since the mortal emperor severed the barrier between the Southern Territory and Central Territory, I headed to the Southern Territory out of curiosity. Once I got there, all sorts of rumors about you were being spread throughout the Southern Territory, and it aroused my curiosity. So, I utilized my connections to obtain information about young Master Yang. But I never expected that I would meet you in person today, said Ding Xiaoyao. Then how did you find out that I intend to head to the Central Territory to stop Luo Jun? Asked Yang Yi in a low voice. Because I've investigated Luo Jun as well, Ding Xiaoyao said. The mortal emperor needs the world portrait in order to conquer the Southern Territory. Because the world portrait would allow him to speed up his conquest of the human world. So, since young Master Yang is his enemy, then you would naturally intend to stop him from obtaining the world portrait. Now young Master Yang has appeared here and intends to head to the ocean of anarchy, so… Ding Xiaoyao grinned when she spoke up to this point, and she didn't continue. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment before he said, Young Miss Ding, you said that we have a common enemy. What did you mean? Let's head to Still Ridge and talk about it. Because it won't be long before the members of the Sky Devil sect arrive here. All right? Ding Xiaoyao smiled. Yang Yi said, Young Miss Ding, didn't you hear what Medusa said? There are exalt-ranked dark beasts on Still Ridge. Why would I need to fear them when I have young Master Yang by my side? Ding Xiaohao blinked at him. Yang Yi was speechless. 3 middle-aged men and Medusa arrived there not long after Yang Yi and Ding Xiaoyao left. They're gone. The middle-aged man in the lead glanced at the surroundings, and then he gazed at Medusa and said, Did he really possess 8th level sword intent and utilize the Tao artifact? Big brother, would I lie to you? Medusa was slightly displeased that the middle-aged man doubted her. The middle-aged man spoke with a solemn expression on his face. Then it should be him. He's probably the Sword Emperor of the Southern Territory. Only he has comprehended 8th level sword intent throughout the Southern Territory, and possessed the Unfettered One's sword from all those years ago, Void Flash. I never expected that he would come to the ocean of anarchy. I wonder why the sect master asked us to pay attention to his whereabouts. Alas, the sect master is cultivating behind closed doors right now, otherwise, we would be able to figure all of it out immediately. Big brother, what should we do now? Asked Medusa. Return to the sect and wait for the sect master to emerge from his closed-door cultivation. Alas, it's quite a pity. If we were able to capture Ding Yuan's daughter, then we would definitely be able to make him hesitate from taking any action. Now that we don't have Ding Xiaoyao as a hostage, we've lost our qualifications to negotiate with him. With the strength and pride of the Ding clan, they'll definitely retaliate against us. So, we must return to the sect as soon as possible and wait for the sect master, said the middle-aged man in a low voice. The others didn't object to this. Even though Medusa was slightly unwilling, she didn't object to it as well. She immediately nodded and vanished on the spot with the 3 middle-aged men. Still Ridge. A bright moon hung high above in the sky and showered down faint rains of silver radiance that covered Still Ridge in a light silver veil. A campfire was burning at an open space on the ridge, and it illuminated Yan Yi and Ding Xiaoyao's faces to the point it seemed slightly red. Young Master Yang, you didn't choose to travel on your sword and have chosen to walk instead. I presume it's to avoid someone, right? Said Ding Xiaoyao. You should answer my question first. Why did you say that we have a common enemy? Could it be that your Ding clan has enmity with Luo Jun as well? Asked Yang Yi. She was too intelligent to the point he felt slightly embarrassed of his inferiority. Why? Because he felt like he had no secrets before her. Ding Xiaoyao grinned and said, There are countless powers in the ocean of anarchy, and the Sky Devil sect, Blue Wave sect, Nebula sect, and Divine Mystery sect are the strongest amongst them. Because they had numerous vassal islands and have monarch realm experts as their sect masters. However, the strongest power in the ocean of anarchy is my Ding clan. Because my Ding clan possesses 3 monarch realm experts and holds control of 60% of all spirit veins within ocean of anarchy and possesses the most vessels as well. One can say that all of these sects have to consider the opinion of my Ding clan before they did anything in the ocean of anarchy. However, my Ding clan didn't act ruthlessly, and we allowed them to freely utilize the rest of the islands and spirit veins throughout the ocean of anarchy. That's exactly why my Ding clan has got along with those sects throughout the last 100 years, and this peace was only destroyed when the mortal emperor appeared. Luo Jun has started his conquest of the ocean of anarchy? Asked Yang Yi in a low voice. Ding Xiaoyao nodded and said, After he destroyed the barrier, the first thing he did was pay a visit to my Ding clan. He hoped that my Ding clan would support him, and he even provided abundant benefits for it. But my Ding clan refused it in the end. Why? Yang Yi was puzzled. The mortal emperor's rise is imminent, and he has the support of the exalted Han Empire and some extraordinary clans. It doesn't seem like your Ding clan has a reason to refuse him, right? It was because of a single person, Ding Xiaoyao said. My Ding clan owes him a huge debt. He said that my Ding clan would definitely suffer a calamity of destruction if it were to side with Luo Jun. So, it couldn't be helped. My Ding clan had no choice but to refuse Luo Jun. You refused just because of a single person? Yang Yi was astounded. Ding Xiaohao glanced at Yang Yi and said, He is no ordinary person. Young Master Yang, you've probably heard of Shao Tianji, right? The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. After all, how could he have possibly not heard of Shao Tianji's name? That was his father-in-law. You're telling me that Shao... Oh, Mr. Shao told your Ding clan not to side with Luo Jun? Asked Yang Yi. Ding Xiaoyao nodded and said, Who else other than him is capable of making my Ding clan decide to fight against the current flow of the situation with just a few words? Luo Jun didn't attack my Ding clan when we refused him that day, and he just asked my Ding clan to give it more consideration. But now it would seem like he'd actually started acting against my Ding clan some time ago. If I'm not wrong, the Sky Devil sect and the other sects have probably sided with Luo Jun, otherwise they wouldn't dare act against my Ding clan no matter how brave they are. When he listened up to this point, Yang Yi could be said to have come to an understanding. At the same time, his heart felt slightly warm because Shao Tianji was clearly helping him when Shao Tianji spoke those words. Otherwise, it would have been very likely that the Ding clan sided with Luo Jun. If the Ding clan really sided with Luo Jun, then not to mention stopping Luo Jun, even traveling to the Central Territory would be a problem for him with the forces that the Ding clan possessed throughout the ocean of anarchy. Ding Xiaoyao spoke abruptly. I presume you don't want the ocean of anarchy to fall into Luo Jun's hands, right? Yang Yi said. It should probably not be difficult for your Ding clan to annihilate those powers with the strength it possesses, right? It's not difficult indeed. However, it would be impossible to say for sure if Luo Jun secretly assisted them, said Ding Xiaoyao. That's your clan's problem. Yang Yi shook his head. He understood her intentions, and she intended to drag him down into her problems. If it was at any other time, then he wouldn't mind helping the Ding clan since he would have an opportunity to spoil things for Luo Jun. Yet now, the world portrait was still the most important thing to him. Once Luo Jun were to obtain the world portrait, then it would be meaningless even if had helped the Ding clan subdue the ocean of anarchy because Luo Jun could retake it at any time. Moreover, while he was sworn enemies with Luo Jun, he didn't want to be used by someone else. Young Master Yang, aren't you afraid that my Ding clan would side with Luo Jun? Asked Ding Xiaoyao. Yang Yi chuckled and said, Of course I am. But so what? Could it be that I should allow myself to be used by the Ding clan just because I'm afraid it would side with Luo Jun? Miss Ding, you're a very smart person, and you're very good at discerning a person's thoughts. I really admire that ability of yours. However, it doesn't mean that you have me in the palm of your hand just because you've discerned my thoughts. If you Ding clan wants to side with Luo Jun, then please feel free to go ahead. Young Master Yang really is as the rumors said. You really do act willfully, said Ding Xiaoyao in a soft voice. Roar! Right at this moment, a wave of furious roars suddenly resounded from far away in the distance, and then the entire ground started trembling violently as if it was about to split apart. It's my Ding clan's savage bear. The experts of my Ding clan have arrived. Ding Xiaohao spoke softly. However, a wisp of a solemn expression had flashed through her eyes. Chapter 479 Fight. A hill-sized black bear stood before Yang Yi and Ding Xiaoyao. It was truly too big to the point that the two of them couldn't even compare to the size of its foot. An old man and a young man leaped down from the black bear, and a wisp of a ghastly expression flashed through their eyes upon laying eyes on Ding Xiaoyao, whereas Ding Xiaoyao's face sank a little when she saw them. The old man quickly revealed a smile and said, Xiaoyao, it's great that you're fine. The two of us were really too worried. Humph! Those fellows from the Sky Devil sect are truly audacious. They actually dared to target you. Don't worry, second uncle will definitely help you vent later. Who's he? The old man's gaze descended onto Yang Yi as he finished speaking. He's a friend of Maid in the Southern Territory. Ding Xiaoyao spoke indifferently and said, Second uncle, where's my father? The old man withdrew his gaze from Yang Yi and sighed lightly. Your father fell into an ambush the Sky Devil sect set while trying to rush to your rescue, and he's heavily injured and unconscious right now. Right, second uncle is standing in as patriarch of the clan for now. Alright, let's just return to the clan first. Don't worry, no one can harm you while second uncle is here. Ding Xiaoyao clenched her fist tightly when she heard the old man, and then she glanced at him and fell silent for a while before she said, Second uncle, I thought that you wouldn't do something as stupid as colluding with outsiders even if you wanted to seize the position of patriarch. But I thought too highly of your intelligence in the end. You actually dared to go against the words of our ancestors just for the sake of seizing the position of patriarch, and you secretly colluded with outsiders to take control of my Ding clan. Aren't you afraid that ancestor will bind your soul in Sunray Cave and keep you from reincarnation for eternity? Ding Xiaoyao! What's the meaning of that? The face of the young man by the old man's side sank, and he spoke ragefully. The old man waved his hand and said, Xiaoyao, you're still that intelligent. I never thought about concealing it from you. So, will you be obedient and leave with second uncle, or should I kill you? Truthfully speaking, I don't want to kill you because I need you to take care of most of the clan's businesses. But it can't be helped because you just had to expose everything. Alas, why can't you act dumb for once? How's my father? Asked Ding Xiaoyao in a flat voice. Don't worry, hell live. I never expected that he would actually be able to hold on until he returned to the clan. I underestimated him a little. I can't do anything to him now that he has returned to the clan. However, whether he can wake up or not is another thing. Haha. The old man started laughing with slight delight. Father, what about this guy? Meanwhile, the young man suddenly spoke from the side. The old man glanced indifferently at Yang Yi and said, Since he heard something he shouldn't have heard, then just kill him. A ray of light flashed, and then a head flew into the air. It was naturally not Yang Yi's head. Yang Yi's figure flashed as he grabbed Ding Xiaoyao in his arms and vanished on the spot. At this moment, he felt extremely aggrieved because he was sure that this woman knew that he would attack and save her. Truthfully speaking, he really hated being schemed against, but it couldn't be helped because he had to save her. Their conversation told him that if he didn't save her, then this Ding clan of theirs would really fall into the old man's hands. The old man was clearly colluding with the Sky Devil sect and the other sects in the ocean of anarchy, so it was even to the extent that the old man might have sided with Luo Jun by now. So, he had to rescue her, otherwise, the Ding clan would immediately fall into Luo Jun's hands once the old man succeeded in seizing control over the Ding clan. Yan Yi felt that this woman in his arms might have said all of those things on purpose so that he would be aware of the current situation that the Ding clan was in. How scheming of her! Yan Yi felt slightly fearful. The old man stared blankly at the young man's corpse for a while, and then his eyes suddenly turned crimson red once he returned to his senses. After that, a roar that sounded like the roar of a wild beast erupted from him. "Little bitch! Bastard! I, Ding Xiang, swear that I'll kill both of you!" Ah! Yan Yi shook his head when he heard this furious roar from over 50 kilometers away, and then he lowered his head to gaze at the woman in his arms. "Are you feeling very proud of yourself now? Aren't you able to kill Exalt Realm experts? Why are you running?" asked Ding Xiaoyao. The corners of Yan Yi's mouth twitched, and then he stretched out his hand and slapped her on the butt while he said angrily, "He's a 5th rank Exalt Realm expert, and he even has an Exalt rank Dark Beast by his side. What about me? I'm only at the 2nd rank of the Spirit Realm. Do I look like I'm invincible? What are you glaring at me for? They'll leave you behind in this desolate mountain." Ding Xiaoyao glared angrily at Yan Yi while her chest rose and fell rapidly. Obviously, Yan Yi's slap on her butt had infuriated her. Yan Yi's expression changed, and he said, "That was quick. Stop glaring at me. Aren't you very smart? Quickly think of a way to get out of this predicament, otherwise, you might really die here. Let me be frank with you in advance. If push comes to shove, I'll leave you behind and flee myself." Ding Xiaoyao just continued glaring furiously at Yan Yi without speaking a single word. Yan Yi was slightly speechless, and he felt that she was as stubborn as Xiao Yushi. "Do you want to rescue your father or not?" Yan Yi said. "I'm 80% confident in my ability to escape if I leave you here." "How confident are you in your ability to escape if you get left here? If you don't even have 10% confidence, then quickly think of a way out of this." Ding Xiaoyao's expression eased up a little when she heard Yan Yi, and then she fell silent for a moment before she said, "Kill him. It's the easiest and most direct method." The corners of Yan Yi's mouth twitched violently as he said, "Will you do it? If you kill him, then I represent the Ding clan to promise you that my Ding clan will ally itself with the Grand Qin Empire and Dark Beast Empire against Luo Jun. If we become allies, then unless Luo Jun obtains the world portrait, otherwise, ordinary troops from the exalted Han Empire would be unable to travel to the Southern Territory because all the military vessels in the Ocean of Anarchy are under my Ding clan's control," said Ding Xiaoyao. "How am I to trust you?" Yan Yi was slightly tempted because if she was telling the truth, then it would undoubtedly put an end to Luo Jun's ability to gain any reinforcements in the Southern Territory, and it was impossible for Luo Jun to conquer the entire Southern Territory with just the Soul Eater Corps. However, he didn't really trust her because she was too smart, and she might stab him in the back if he was careless in the slightest. "Luo Jun has acted against my Ding clan and almost killed both my father and I. Do you think it's possible for my Ding clan to side with him if my father maintains control over the clan?" said Ding Xiaoyao. "That isn't enough. I'll give you one final chance. If you still can't convince me, then I'm sorry. I'll have no choice but to leave you here." Yan Yi was willing to save her, but he wasn't willing to be used by her. So, he refused to believe her if she wasn't able to truly display her sincerity. "Then tell me how I should make you trust me. Or perhaps what I should do to earn your trust," said Ding Xiaoyao. Yan Yi was speechless. "Bastard! Give me back my son!" Right at this moment, a wave of intense fluctuation arose in the space behind Yan Yi, And then Ding Xiang appeared over 50 m behind Yang Yi with a ferocious expression on his face. Chapter 480, revealing his trump card. A large axe tore through the air, and it formed a ray of light as it slashed down forcefully at Yang Yi. Everywhere it passed, space was torn apart when numerous long and pitch-black rifts appeared in the air. Yang Yi's pupils constricted. That old geezer's strength is actually so formidable. An expert of such level wasn't someone he could go against right now unless he utilized that secret technique to rise into the Exalt realm. However, he would naturally not utilize it because it exhausted his vitality and potential. The large axe was too swift and had locked onto Yang Yi's aura, so he couldn't evade it at all. A wisp of a fierce expression flashed through his eyes as Dragonbone appeared in his grasp, and then the profound energy within his body instantly surged into Dragonbone before he shouted and performed a downward slash. Clang! An enormous explosion resounded through the surroundings. As soon as Dragonbone had just come into contact with the large axe, an enormous force came from Dragonbone and caused his entire left arm to tremble violently. After that, both Yang Yi and Ding Xiaoyao, who he still held in his arm, was blasted flying by the enormous force, and they flew for over 1 kilometer before they were finally able to stop. Cough! Yang Yi wiped off the bloodstain on the corner of his mouth, and then he raised his head to gaze at the old man with a solemn expression. Even though Head killed 5th rank Exalt Realm experts and even 9th rank Exalt Realm experts, that was under the circumstances that Head relied on that secret technique to rise into the Exalt Realm. After all, the might of his Sword Intent, Void Flash, and Sword Domain were multiplied numerous times when he attained the Exalt Realm. Moreover, he even grasped a little spatial energy. That was exactly why he was able to kill Exalt Realm experts at the 5th rank of the Exalt Realm and above. In the past, he thought that even if he still wasn't at the Exalt Realm, he should still be able to go against 5th rank Exalt Realm experts. But he noticed now that he was wrong. He was utterly unable to go against experts at the 5th rank of the Exalt Realm and above with his current strength. I have to work hard on improving my cultivation. Yang Yi spoke softly in his heart. Just as Elder Mu had said, his cultivation was his foundation. If his cultivation didn't improve, then he would be unable to fully bring forth the might of his Sword Intent, Sword Domain, and the Tao artifacts he possessed. So, improving his cultivation was a pressing task at hand. A wisp of astonishment flashed through Ding Xiang's eyes when he saw Yang Yi resist his attack. Even though he hadn't utilized his full strength just now, had used 70% of it. But an ant at the 2nd rank of the Spirit Realm had stopped an attack of his that carried 70% of his strength? But in next to no time, Ding Xiang's eyes were covered in a ferocious expression. No matter what his background is, he's going to die today. After all, that was his one and only son. However, just a moment of carelessness had cost him his son, and it had even occurred right before his eyes. Ding Xiang simply desired to destroy the world when he thought of this. Bastard! And you, bitch! I'm going to make living worse than death for the both of you! Ding Xiang shouted furiously as his figure flashed and instantly arrived before Yang Yi. The large axe in his hand left a long trail of light behind it, and carried terrifying force and pressure, as it chopped down forcefully towards Yang Yi and Ding Xiaoyao. As it descended, countless axe images instantly flashed into appearance, and enveloped an area of 600 m around Yang Yi and Ding Xiaoyao. The terrifying pressure emanated by the large axe caused the ground beneath their feet to collapse and reveal an enormous pit that was over 300 m in diameter. This time, Ding Xiang hadn't held back, and had used his full strength. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched when he sensed the terrifying strength contained within the large axe. This damnable geezer is going all out. Yang Yi didn't choose to block it with Dragonbone because he was very well aware that even if his physical body was comparable to an Exalt Realm expert, his arm would definitely be blasted apart if he blocked it with Dragonbone. Yang Yi couldn't help but feel slightly speechless when he thought about how had just been discussion how to kill Ding Xiang with Ding Xiaoyao. At this moment, they should be thinking about how to escape him instead of killing him. Yang Yi took a deep breath and spoke in his heart. Sword domain. As soon as those words resounded in his heart, time seemed as if it had been stopped. The axe images in an area of 30 m around Yang Yi had been instantly frozen on the spot, whereas Ding Xiang's axe wasn't able to descend anymore upon arriving around 50 centimeters above Yang Yi's head. Yang Yi's countenance suddenly turned pale, and he stopped for an instant before he shouted. Shattered! As soon as he spoke, the countless axe images instantly dispersed into the air. Ding Xiang's expression changed violently, and he held his axe in his grasp as he flashed backward by over 300 m. He gazed at Yang Yi as he spoke with astonishment. Sword domain! It was the sword domain! Who exactly are you? Bang! The 9th hell sword wings appeared behind Yang Yi, and then they flapped before Yang Yi vanished beneath the night sky. Only an idiot would answer that old geezer right now. In Yang Yi's opinion, fleeing was the most important matter at hand. He didn't waste his strength to attack Ding Xiang with Void Flash because he couldn't kill Ding Xiang even if he used Void Flash. Unless he took Ding Xiang by surprise, otherwise, it would only be a waste of profound energy. The sword domain. The sword domain. How could that be possible? He's only around the age of 20, so how could he have comprehended sword domain? Ding Xiang stood on the spot while his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He said, I heard that a sword emperor appeared in the southern territory. It seems like that sword emperor possesses the enlightened sword heart, and has comprehended both sword intent and sword domain. Could that have been him? In next to no time, a ferocious expression covered Ding Xiang's face again, and he said, No matter if you're the sword emperor or the martial god, I'm going to burn your bones and scatter your ashes today. As soon as he finished speaking, Ding Xiang's figure flashed and chased after Yang Yi. I never imagined that someone in this world would actually be able to go against Exalt Realm experts while at the Spirit Realm. As Yang Yi fled swiftly, Ding Xiaoyao gazed at Yang Yi while she rested in his arms and spoke softly. He's very strong, and he didn't utilize the energy of space. Otherwise, I might have really left you. Yang Yi said, You've seen the situation we're in. Killing him is impossible. So, think of a way to get out of this. Otherwise, we might be pursued by that geezer forever. Ding Xiaoyao remained silent for a moment before she said, Head to the Ding clan. Even though he's acting as the patriarch of the Ding clan right now, he wouldn't dare act against me in the open. He'll have to hold back from acting against us if we return to the Ding clan. We can think about how to deal with him then. However, you have to speed up. Otherwise, he might catch up to us before we leave Still Ridge. We can't head to the Ocean of Anarchy like this. Yang Yi shook his head. Why? Ding Xiaoyao was puzzled. There are 3 fellows waiting for me at the Ocean of Anarchy. Every single one of them isn't inferior to that old geezer, understand? Said Yang Yi. Luo Jun sent them for you? Asked Ding Xiaoyao. Good guess. Yang Yi said. If we head to the Ocean of Anarchy on my sword like this, then those 3 geezers will definitely be able to notice me. At that time, we would truly be finished. So, think of another way out. There's no other way. Ding Xiaoyao said. There are only 2 paths now. The first is to kill Ding Xiang, and the second is to let him kill us. Don't even think of working together or making compromise with him. You killed his only son, so he wouldn't spare you even if you're Luo Jun. So, Sword Emperor, reveal your full strength and kill him. Why are you so sure that I'm definitely able to kill him? Yang Yi lowered his head to gaze at her, and he was truly quite curious. Because she seemed to be very confident in him, and she seemed even more confident than he was. If just a single 5th rank Exalt Realm Profounder could kill you, then it would be impossible for you to have survived until now, and Luo Jun wouldn't dispatch 3 experts at the 5th rank of the Exalt Realm or above to deal with you. The reason you aren't killing Ding Xiang is none other than because of 2 things. Firstly, you don't want to pay some sort of price and don't want to expose some trump cards of yours. Simply speaking, you don't trust me, right? Said Ding Xiaoyao. Yang Yi took a deep glance at her and said, I hope you remember your promise. Otherwise, I can guarantee that no matter how monstrously intelligent you are, it'll still be able to kill you. Ding Xiaohao revealed a slight grin on her pale face, and then she said, "Do it a little lighter." Yan Ye's eyelids twitched, and then he laughed bitterly. "She really is too intelligent. I wonder if working together with such a person is fortune or misfortune for me." Yang Yi stopped thinking about that. He stretched out his hand to the back of Ding Xiaoyao's head, and then she struck it lightly, causing the latter's eyes to instantly close slowly. Yan Ye's figure flashed to the ground, and then he placed Ding Xiaoyao at the side. Had just put her down when Ding Xiang appeared behind him. A wisp of bewilderment flashed through Ding Xiang's eyes when he saw that Yan Yi was actually not running anymore. He said, "What? Aren't you going to continue running? Are you prepared to give your life away?" Since Yan Yi had stopped running, then there was definitely a reason. So, Ding Xiang didn't dare act carelessly and thus didn't attack at the first possible moment. Yan Yi turned around to gaze at Ding Xiang, and then he shook his head and said, "You just had to knock at death's door. Wasn't it just your son? You seem to be full of energy. Wouldn't it be easier to just have another one? Is it even necessary to pursue me constantly and insist on killing me? I look down on you for being so narrow-minded. Bastard. That was my only son. You killed my only son. I swear that I'll kill you today." Ding Xiang held the large axe in his hand as he flashed forward, and he left an afterimage behind as he shot explosively towards Yang Yi. Yan Ye's eyes narrowed a little when Ding Xiang arrived before him, and then he swiftly stomped his right foot on the ground and roared furiously. "Sword domain." As soon as he spoke, Ding Xiang's figure stiffened for a moment, and his speed descended by a few times. Ding Xiang's expression changed. He naturally didn't dare underestimate the sword domain, so the profound energy within him surged violently as he flicked his wrist, and countless rays of light shot out violently from his axe. However, these rays of light had been instantly dispersed into nothingness by the mysterious force in the surroundings. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Ding Xiang's eyes, and he was just about to attack. However, right at this moment, 3 black-clothed figures suddenly appeared here. Ding Xiang was horrified when he saw them because he noticed that all 3 of them were actually Exalt Realm experts. The 3 of them flashed like bolts of lightning towards Ding Xiang, and it caused his expression to change drastically before his figure flashed away. However, it was a bit too late, and Han's dagger had left a long bloody gash on Ding Xiang's chest. Ding Xiang stood in midair as he gazed at Yang Yi as if he were looking at a monster. He said, 3 Exalt Realm experts. No, impossible. How did they appear here? Wait. That's not right. They aren't alive. You are actually able to control Exalt Realm experts as puppets. How did you accomplish that? Go to hell and ask your son. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and then a strand of dazzling light erupted from the blue sword chest on his back, and then 4 swords immediately appeared around Ding Xiang. In the next moment, the 4 swords spun swiftly, and then countless rays of light instantly enveloped the space around Ding Xiang. After that, Ding Xiang's shrill and miserable cry suddenly resounded within the area enveloped by the rays of light created by those swords. Yang Yi instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that shrill cry. However, right at this moment, an unexpected event occurred because a figure had suddenly flashed out from within the light, and it was exactly Ding Xiang. At this moment, Ding Xiang's entire body was densely covered in injuries and blood, and he seemed extremely miserable. After he fled the sword formation, Ding Xiang didn't even spare Yang Yi a glance before he tore space open and flashed towards the distance. Yang Yi's face that was ghastly pale from overusing his strength had changed when he witnessed this scene. Chapter 481 Terrifying. At this moment, Ding Xiang was both shocked and terrified. He was shocking that the Sword Emperor could actually control Exalt Realm experts. Those were Exalt Realm experts. How exactly did he accomplish that? Moreover, how does he possess 4 Dao artifacts? Those are Dao artifacts. He was terrified by Yang Yi's strength because if he hadn't sacrificed a low-grade heaven rank armor earlier, then he would have probably been transformed into bits and pieces by those rays of light. Is he really at the spirit realm and not the exalt realm? When he thought about the might of those 4 Tao artifacts, Ding Xiang couldn't help but shudder. At this moment, there were no thoughts of revenge in his mind. At the very least, there were none for now. All he wanted to do right now was to flee as far as possible, and get far away from that little monster. Right at this moment, the tip of a sword suddenly appeared before the center of his forehead, and then it pierced through his forehead, while Ding Xiang's eyes had almost bulged out from their sockets from the shock he experienced. How could that be possible? I don't want to die just yet. Ding Xiang's eyes were opened wide and filled with unwillingness. Even until the moment death arrived, Ding Xiang was still unable to accept his death, and the fact had even died at the hands of a spirit realm profounder. It wasn't long before color left Ding Xiang's eyes, and he crashed down from midair. When he saw Ding Xiang perish, Yang Yi waved his hand and took Hong and the others into his tiny vortex before he slumped weakly to the ground. Moreover, there was a bitter expression throughout his eyes, because had really severely overexhausted himself this time. At this moment, he didn't even have the strength to lift a finger while his mind felt extremely heavy. It simply felt like someone had struck him heavily on the head with an iron rod. Had thought that 3 Exalt Realm experts, the sword formation, and his sword domain should be able to kill Ding Xiang, but had underestimated the strength of a 5th-rank Exalt Realm expert. Even though had heavily injured Ding Xiang still had energy to flee, and that was something he hadn't expected. Could Yang Yi allow Ding Xiang to escape? Of course couldn't, because Ding Xiang knew his secrets, and Yang Yi would have to face endless future troubles if he allowed Ding Xiang to escape. Moreover, he didn't want to breed calamity for himself in the future. Because if he couldn't kill Ding Xiang now, then it would be extremely difficult for him to catch Ding Xiang by surprise and kill Ding Xiang with a single strike if Ding Xiang was ready for him. At that time, it was clearly too late to order Hong and the others to chase after Ding Xiang, so he had no other choice but to utilize Void Flash. However, the consequences of utilizing Void Flash again was exhausting every shred of profound energy within his body, and it had even almost sucked him dry. Severe overexhaustion of profound energy was extremely harmful to the body. Just like this very moment. Besides his eyes, which could still move, every other part of his body felt as if it didn't belong to him. Right at this moment, Ding Xiaoyao suddenly opened her eyes and glanced towards the surroundings before her gaze descended onto Yang Yi, who lay there in the distance. She frowned upon noticing him. Has he died? In next to no time, she noticed that Yang Yi was still breathing, and she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Since Yang Yi was still breathing, then it represented that Ding Xiang had died. Ding Xiaoyao stood up slowly and walked towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's heart constricted when he sensed her walking towards him. Would I be at her mercy if she were to attack me in my current state? Damn it! I should have hit her harder if I knew this would have happened. Yang Yi couldn't help but curse in his heart. Even though he felt that she wouldn't do anything to him, he didn't want his life to be in the hands of another. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything about it right now. Ding Xiaoyao walked over to Yang Yi's side, squatted down, sized him up, and then said, "You seem to be really heavily injured." Yang Yi was speechless. Ding Xiaoyao held her chin up with her hands and stared fixedly at Yang Yi while she said, "Even though I don't know how you killed Ding Xiang, I have to say that you're really extraordinary. That fellow, Luo Jun, is really misfortunate to have someone like you as his enemy." Are you looking at me in that way because you want to tell me something? He didn't even have a bit of profound energy left right now, while he couldn't withdraw the top-grade energy stones within the tiny vortex as well. Yang Yi really wanted to ask her for some energy stones so that he could absorb energy as soon as possible to recover. However, he didn't even have the strength to open his mouth right now. Yang Yi decided in his heart that he absolutely couldn't allow himself to overexhaust his profound energy like this in the future, because he really didn't want to experience such a feeling of powerlessness again. "Do you want me to do something? Then you should tell me. How would I know what you want if you don't tell me about it?" Only if you tell me would I be able to help you, otherwise, I wouldn't know how to help you. If I don't help you, then you won't be able to recover. What if a beast were to come to this desolate mountain? What would you do then? So hurry up. Ding Xiaoyao blinked as she spoke. Yan Yi. Are you unable to speak? Ding Xiaoyao continued. That's truly a pity. Since you can't speak, then I can't help you do anything. So I'll have no choice but to flee myself if a beast were to arrive here later. You wouldn't blame me for doing that, right? I'll take your silence as tacit approval. She's taking revenge. At this moment Yang Yi understood that she was definitely taking revenge on him for hitting her on the butt just now. Otherwise, how could she be unable to discern with the intelligence she possessed that had overexhausted his energy, and required a huge amount of energy to recover? What was it like to suffer instant karma? Yang Yi understood how it felt right now. Ding Xiaoyao suddenly stretched out her hand to pinch Yang Yi's cheek and grinned as she said, Don't glare at me. Weren't you very imposing just now? Why don't you do it again? I'll bury you alive if you continue glaring at me. It would definitely be a grieving for a sword emperor to be buried alive, right? What did Yang Yi feel right now? All he knew was that if he recovered his strength, then the first thing he wanted to do was hit her on the butt until it got swollen. Because it was the first time he had been humiliated like this throughout his life. Ding Xiaoyao removed her hand from Yang Yi's face and said, Stop glaring at me. I would have buried you alive by now if I intended to. I never intended to humiliate you as well. I just wanted to tell you to always respect others at all times, especially women. Understand? I know you did it on impulse and it wasn't intentional, but did you think about how I felt? I presume you didn't, otherwise you wouldn't have acted so indifferently. Yan Yi. Ding Xiaoyao withdrew in top-grade energy stope and placed it on Yang Yi's palm, and then released the energy within it so that Yang Yi could absorb it. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he witnessed this scene, and then he glanced at Ding Xiaoyao as he thought, She really is an interesting fellow. Ding Xiaoyao's gaze descended onto void flash that floated by Yang Yi's side, and it caused Yang Yi's heart to tremble. Would she try to kill me and seize it? Unfortunately, even though he had profound energy to absorb right now, it was truly too little. According to the current degree of overexhaustion his body suffered, it would take at least 2 top-grade energy stones and 2 hours of time before he could move again. So, he would really be in danger if she aroused any ill intent. She withdrew her gaze and gazed at him before she said, Are you thinking about whether I would kill you and seize it? Truthfully speaking, I'm quite tempted. Even my Ding clan only has a single Dao artifact. Yan Yi. Yan Yi watched as Ding Xiaoyao stretched out her hand to grab Void Flash, and it caused his heart to constrict. She wouldn't really intend to kill me and take it, right? She's only at the spirit realm and seems to be weak and sickly, so her strength should probably be insufficient to break through my defenses, right? But it would be difficult to say for sure since she would be using Void Flash to stab me. Ding Xiaoyao didn't stab him with it, and just placed it in his hand, and then she stretched out her hand and helped Yang Yi up. After that, she turned around and allowed Yang Yi to lay on her back before she carried Yang Yi as she walked towards the distance. Yang Yi felt speechless again. Ding Xiang had fostered a dark beast, that bear from before, and he left it behind in order to tear space apart and teleport in pursuit of us. But that bear will definitely track Ding Xiang's smell and come here. So we must leave this place as soon as possible, otherwise, we would both become its dinner once it arrives here, said Ding Xiaoyao. Yan Yi nodded in his heart upon hearing this, and he felt that she did make sense. However, he didn't understand why she didn't form wings with her profound energy. After all, flying was always faster than walking. As if she knew what he was thinking, Ding Xiaoyao said, Even though I've attained the spirit realm, certain reasons have caused me to be unable to utilize profound energy. As for the exact reason, we can talk about it in the future. In any case, you just have to pray that bear is stupid and doesn't rush over here too soon. Otherwise, it would definitely disregard everything and pursue us once it finds out that Ding Xiang is dead. If you still haven't recovered at that time, Then you should know what the consequences would be. Yang Yi rolled his eyes. She really is too intelligent. She's like a parasite that resides in my mind and knows everything I'm thinking about. She really is a freak. Roar! Just around an hour after the two of them left, a furious roar that shook the heavens resounded from Still Ridge, and then the entire expanse of Still Ridge trembled. Yan Ye's heart shook. He knew that the bear had definitely noticed Ding Xiang's corpse. The beast was an exalt-rank dark beast and possessed intelligence that wasn't inferior to a human, so the bear would definitely chase up to them. However, he needed at least another hour to recover his ability to move. Moreover, it was merely the ability to move. In next to no time, Yan Yi and Ding Xiaoyao felt the entire ground start to tremble, and Yang Yi knew that the bear was getting closer to them. Ding Xiaoyao placed Yang Yi on the ground, took a deep breath, and then glanced at him as she said, "I'll marry you if you can kill that bear as well, alright? I really don't want to die right now." Yang Yi was completely speechless. Chapter 482 I'm Your Daddy. Yang Yi suddenly felt a trace of respect towards here. Even though she was joking, it showed that she wasn't afraid of death and was just slightly unwilling to go. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to joke at a time like this. Yang Yi respected those who were unafraid of death because he was extremely afraid of death at most times. Bang! The ground quaked as an enormous black bear appeared near them. Am I really going to die? There was no fear in Ding Xiaoyao's eyes as she gazed at the enormous bear, and there was only a trace of reluctance. I didn't die to my illness yet, am about to die in the mouth of this bear. Life really is unpredictable. Fortunately, I have someone to accompany me in death. I can be the only person in history to have the Sword Emperor accompany me in death, right? Ding Xiaoyao couldn't help but gaze at Yang Yi when she thought up to this point, yet she saw Yang Yi grin at her as he said, "Marry me? I'm sorry, but I don't dare to marry you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi waved his right hand, and then Hong and Black One appeared here. "Spatial cage! Spatial cage!" Their voices resounded, and then the bear was instantly frozen on the spot. After that, countless rays of cold light flashed by, and then that bear fell slowly before the joint forces of Hong and Black One, while Ding Xiaoyao watched with astonishment. Bang! The ground quaked violently as the black bear lost all vitality. Ding Xiaoyao's gaze descended onto Hong and Black One, and then she took a deep look at them before her gaze moved to Yang Yi instead. She glanced at him and said, "I never expected that young Master Yang had two seniors at the Exalt realm protecting you from the shadows. I really made a fool of myself just now. What a smart woman." Yang Yi knew that she had definitely discerned that they weren't ordinary profounders. However, she was very smart and didn't expose it. Yang Yi felt very fortunate that she hadn't sided with Luo Jun, otherwise he would probably have a horrible time in the future with the intelligence she possessed. Yang Yi said, "You don't have to say that. Since I've revealed some secrets in front of you, Miss Ding, then it represents that I trust you. At the very least, we must trust each other when we work together, otherwise, how could we possibly work together? Right? What else could I do when I feared that you would kill me to keep me silent?" said Ding Xiaoyao in a light voice. Yang Ye's face darkened. Am I such a person? Actually, that thought had really passed through his mind. Let's return to the Ding clan, Ding Xiaoyao said. My father is unconscious, and Ding Xiang is dead, so there's no one to lead the Ding clan. It's very likely for the Ding clan to fall into internal strife if the Sky Devil sect and the other sects attack it. I must return as soon as possible to take control of the situation. On the other hand, young Master Yang would need to make some preparations before heading to the Central Territory, otherwise, it might cause you to waste an innumerable amount of time. Yang Yi nodded and said, Then let's go. Presently, Head recovered a little strength. Even though he still couldn't fight, it wasn't a problem for him to walk. Carry me. Ding Xiaoyao gazed at him as she spoke these words. Yang Yi was stunned and thought Head heard wrongly. He asked, What? I asked you to carry me? Ding Xiaoyao said, I carried you just now, so now it's your turn. Couldn't you have just said that you can't walk anymore? The corners of Yan Ye's mouth twitched. Even though she was at the spirit realm, her body was even weaker than an ordinary person, and he felt that she was already completely exhausted after carrying him just now. Yan Yi felt slightly curious about exactly what sickness she suffered from to the point her body was actually weak to such an extent. Even though he was curious, he didn't ask because he wasn't a great doctor. Yan Yi walked over to her, turned around, and squatted down. Meanwhile, Ding Xiaoyao didn't act bashfully and climbed onto his back. As he smelt the faint fragrance that she emanated and felt her soft and delicate body on his back, Yan Yi couldn't help but have a slightly unusual feeling in his heart at the beginning. However, he quickly suppressed that feeling because the woman on his back was someone worthy of respect. Moreover, he didn't want to unnecessarily affect their cooperative relationship. It wasn't that Yan Yi hadn't thought about allowing Hong and the others to take them to the Ding clan, but Yan Yi wanted to avoid any and all mishaps. They were at the outer area of Still Ridge right now, so it would definitely cause a huge amount of trouble if others noticed Hong, Black 1, and Black 2. After all, his ability to refine Exalt Realm experts and puppets was a trump card of his, and he didn't want to expose it. Moreover, Yan Yi had decided that he wouldn't summon the three of them unless he had no other choice. Because he would never be able to improve himself if he relied on them for everything. Only his own strength was true strength. Yan Yi understood that principle well. Yan Yi carried her on his back under the moonlight. In the beginning, Yan Yi's footsteps were very slow, but it wasn't long before he grew faster and faster, and then Yan Yi could travel on his sword after around an hour later. You said you didn't dare to marry me just now. Was it because I'm too intelligent? Ding Xiaoyao spoke abruptly. Yan Yi was stunned. He didn't know why she suddenly asked this question, but he smiled and said, "You're the smartest person I've seen in my entire lifetime, and you're intelligent to the point it's quite scary to me. Truthfully speaking, if you were my enemy, then I would do everything I could to kill you. Fortunately, you're on my side, so it should be Luo Jun who will have the headache." "Answer my question," said Ding Xiaoyao. "You wouldn't have really intended to marry me, right?" Yan Yi feigned surprise and said, "I have a wife." He refused to answer her question because she was petty just like him. So, who knew whether she would get angry if he said that he didn't dare to marry her because she was too intelligent? He didn't want to offend her. Not because he feared her but because he didn't want her to have him on her mind. Ding Xiaoyao glanced at him and said, "Head down. The ocean of anarchy is just 5 kilometers away. It's too conspicuous to continue flying on a sword now." Yan Yi nodded when he heard this, and then he issued a command in his heart and descended down on his sword. Head merely walked forward for a while when a group dashed over abruptly. Yan Yi flipped his palm and took Dragonbone in his grasp. "It's the forces of my Ding clan," said Ding Xiaoyao in a soft voice. The group stopped just around 10 m away from Yan Yi and Ding Xiaoyao. It was an old man, a young man, and a young woman who were in the lead of the group. The young man was visibly delighted when he saw Ding Xiaoyao, but his smile instantly froze when he noticed that she was being carried on Yan Yi's back, and a wisp of rage flashed through his eyes. The young man gazed at Yan Yi and spoke furiously. "Who the fuck are you? How dare you carry my cousin's sister on your back? Is my cousin's sister someone you're worthy of carrying? Quickly put her down." Yan Yi, who was just about to put Ding Xiaoyao down, was stunned when he heard this. Where did this idiot come from? Yan Yi changed his mind. He didn't put her down but tightened his grip on her legs instead, and he secured her on his back as he said, "I'm your daddy." Chapter 483 Enemies. "My what?" The young man was stunned, and then he exploded with rage upon recovering from his shock. Swoosh! A sword appeared in his hand, and he pointed it at Yan Yi as he said in a ghastly voice, "Kid, it doesn't matter who you are. You, your loved ones, and everyone related to you will die for what you've just said. That's the price for insulting me, Qin Hao." Yan Yi didn't even spare a glance at that man called Qin Hao. He put Ding Xiaoyao down and said, It doesn't matter if I kill him, right? Actually, he wasn't a bloodthirsty person, but there were many occasions where he had to kill even if he didn't like to kill. Because Qin Hao had revealed killing intent in his eyes upon noticing Ding Xiaoyao on Yang Yi's back. Yang Yi wasn't stupid. He naturally knew that Qin Hao had revealed kill intent towards him because of Ding Xiaoyao. There really was nothing between him and her, but he didn't want to explain because he would just bring insult onto himself. Moreover, why should he explain? Who was this fellow to deserve an explanation from him? Besides that, explaining was useless as well because only strength mattered in this world. Since that fellow intended to kill him, then he would naturally not hold back. The only reason he hadn't attacked immediately and killed that fellow was because of Ding Xiaoyao. Ding Xiaoyao was just about to speak when she heard Yang Yi, but Qin Hao suddenly started laughing from extreme rage and spoke before her. Kill me? Ha ha! What a joke! Someone actually intends to kill me in the ocean of anarchy. Good! Good! Come on! I'm standing right here. You're my grandson if you don't kill me today! Yang Yi shrugged towards Ding Xiaoyao. The latter sighed lightly, walked over to Qin Hao, and then swung her palm against his face. Slap! The right side of Qin Hao's face instantly turned red. Qin Hao was stunned on the spot. Never had he imagined that his cousin's sister, who was always gentle in the past, would actually slap him in public, and it caused him to be slightly dazed. Apologize to young Master Yang, said Ding Xiaoyao in a low voice. You hit me. Qin Hao's face instantly became ferocious as he roared hysterically. You actually hit me for another man. Ding Xiaoyao, we have a marriage agreement between us, yet you've actually hit your fiancé for another man. You! Slap! Ding Xiaoyao slapped him once more, and it caused his voice to stop abruptly. Meanwhile, the old man and the young woman arrived by Qin Hao's side, and the young woman was instantly infuriated upon noticing Qin Hao's completely red right cheek. She glared angrily at Ding Xiaoyao and said, Cousin sister, to think my older brother has been deep in love and devoted to you, yet you actually hit him because of another man, and you even asked him to apologize. You've truly disappointed me. The old man frowned and said, Xiaoyao, aren't your actions a little? As her uncle, had watched Ding Xiaoyao grow up, and he knew her very well. He knew that she wouldn't act like this for no reason. But Ding Xiaoyao was going a bit too far by acting like this in public, and without giving Qin Hao any face. Ding Xiaoyao shook her head and said, Out of consideration for my aunt, I'm willing to pay a certain price to save your life if you kneel down and apologize. She's investigated Yang Yi, and she knew his character very well. Her judgment of him at that time was that Yang Yi was a vengeful and ruthless man who acted according to his heart. Qin Hao had aroused killing intent towards Yang Yi, and Yang Yi had done the same. The difference was that the latter could kill the former with ease. She felt slightly regretful that she hadn't explained at the first possible moment, but she knew that it was actually useless. Because men were always narrow-minded when it came to women. She couldn't allow Qin Hao to die. It wasn't because she had feelings for him, and it was merely because Qin Hao's mother, her aunt, had raised her. She really couldn't bear to see her aunt feeling sad, and that was the main reason why she had agreed to the marriage agreement with Qin Hao at that time. Both the old man and young woman were slightly stunned when they heard Ding Xiaoyao, and then their gazes descended onto Yang Yi. They weren't idiots. Since Ding Xiaoyao had spoken such words, then it was definitely because of this sword cultivator who carried a sword chest on his back. Who exactly is he? He's actually able to make Ding Xiaoyao feel so fearful and attach such importance to him? Ding Xiaoyao, stop making up excuses. Qin Hao gazed at her with a ferocious expression, and he said, So what even if he's the young master of an extraordinary clan? Could it be that the joint forces of the Ding clan and my Qin clan would fear them? You're just doing this because you've taken a liking to that pretty boy, right? Ha ha. I knew it. I knew you didn't like me. I knew that you only agreed to the marriage between us because of my mother. You brought him back with you to tear apart the marriage agreement between us, right? A wisp of disappointment flashed through Ding Xiaoyao's eyes, and then she turned around to gaze at Yan Yi and said, "Young Master Yang, killing him won't be beneficial to you at all, and it'll bring a huge amount of trouble to you instead. So, Ding Xiaoyao, shut your mouth." Right at this moment, Qin Hao suddenly shouted furiously, "Stop embarrassing the both of us. I, Qin Hao, would like to see how he killed me." When he spoke up to hear, he turned to gaze at Yan Yi and laughed ferociously. "Didn't you want to kill me? Come, I'm standing right here. Come here and kill me. If you don't kill me or are unable to kill me today, then you're a fucking..." Bang! A red glow instantly surged out from within Yan Yi's body, and it enveloped Qin Hao. The latter's voice stopped abruptly before his legs felt weak, and he just fell to his knees while his eyes were filled with terror. Yan Yi flicked his wrist, and then a ray of light flashed straight towards Qin Hao. Right at this moment, the old man suddenly appeared before Qin Hao, and he slapped his palm towards that ray of light. Bang! The ray of light dispersed into the air, but a blood-red gash that was a few centimeters long had appeared at the center of the old man's palm. The old man's expression changed once more because a third-rank Exalt Realm expert like him had actually been injured by a Spirit Realm Profounder. The old man said in a deep voice, "8th level sword intent. Who exactly are you?" At this moment, the old man understood why Ding Xiaoyao had acted like that just now, because this sword cultivator's identity was definitely not simple. At the very least, it wouldn't be inferior to the Ding clan. Because how could the forces standing behind him be weak when he was able to comprehend 8th level sword intent at such a young age? Yan Yi flipped his palm and void flash appeared in his grasp. Ding Xiaoyao's expression changed a little when she saw this, and then her figure flashed to stand in front of Yan Yi. She was just about to speak when the tip of Yan Yi's sword immediately arrived before her throat. He said, "I'll kill you if you try to stop me again." His mother would always be a taboo to him. Anyone who touched this taboo of his would be sentenced to death. Ding Xiaoyao was stunned. At this moment, she felt icy coldness arise from the bottom of her heart. As she gazed at the indifferent gaze Yan Yi had, she knew that he wasn't joking. He really is ruthless and merciless, as the rumors said. However, she was unable to let Qin Hao die here no matter what. Even though she wanted to kill that idiot, Qin Hao, as well. But he couldn't be allowed to die because it would definitely make her aunt sad. Ding Xiaoyao's hand shook a little, and then a talisman flashed. After that, a strand of blue light enveloped Qin Hao, and the latter's body shook a little before his body slowly faded away. It was a random teleportation talisman, a true random teleportation talisman. "Ha! Didn't you want to kill me? Come on and kill me! You can't kill me, huh? Fucking bastard! Didn't you care a great deal about your loved one? Don't worry, I'll kill all of them before your eyes one day. Ha!" Qin Hao's frenzied voice sounded out at the moment the blue light had almost vanished. Ding Xiaoyao clenched her fists tightly while her eyes were filled with rage. He's really an idiot. At this moment, she wished for nothing more than to give him a few slaps. Moreover, she would personally kill that idiot if he weren't her aunt's son. Yan Yi's expression was very calm, and so were his eyes. It was like he hadn't heard Qin Hao's words. However, Ding Xiaoyao had a worse feeling in her heart. Fortunately, Yan Yi hasn't attacked me. Perhaps it's out of consideration for the friendship we formed. But in the next moment, she felt a strand of coldness assault her. Yan Yi didn't waste his breath, and just exerted a little force with his hand. Void flash stabbed straight towards the center of her brows, and Ding Xiaoyao instantly opened her eyes wide. He really attacked. When Void Flash was less than half an inch away from her, a strand of green light suddenly surged out from within Ding Xiaoyao, and it caused Yan Yi's sword to stop for a moment. However, a strand of red light flashed out from within Yan Yi, and then the green light round Ding Xiaoyao was instantly dispersed. Moreover, she almost slumped weakly to the ground from the pressure of Yan Yi's 8th level sword intent. Yan Yi didn't hesitate to flick his wrist and stab Void Flash straight towards the center of her forehead. Spatial cage! Right at this moment, the old man had finally recovered from his shock, and he was horrified when he noticed that Yang Yi intended to kill Ding Xiaoyao and immediately executed the spatial cage technique. Void Flash stopped once more, and it caused a savage expression to flash through Yang Yi's eyes. Yang Yi spun his right wrist while his sword intent surged out. Bang! The old man's spatial cage was instantly blasted apart. The old man was astounded. He didn't have the time to think and just swiftly slapped his palm at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed a little, and he slashed Void Flash at the old man. At the same time, he raised his right foot and kicked Ding Xiaoyao in the gut. Bang! Ding Xiaoyao's figure curved into AC as it flew backward for over 100 m, and a mouthful of blood immediately sprayed from her mouth. Hiss! Void Flash collided with the old man's palm, and then it pierced through the old man's palm, causing half his palm to fly off into the air while blood sprayed from it. The old man spoke with astonishment. A Dao artifact and 8th level sword intent! Who exactly are you? This time, the old man was truly shocked because Yang Yi hadn't just comprehended 8th level sword intent at such a young age, he even possessed a Dao artifact. He's absolutely not an ordinary person. That fellow, Qin Hao, is truly an idiot. He actually brought such a formidable enemy upon the Ding clan and Qin clan. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. The profound energy within him surged into Void Flash, and then a howl instantly resounded from it. Yang Yi held Void Flash in his left hand as he swiftly slashed it forward. The old man was puzzled. An instant later, the old man's pupils constricted violently while the hair throughout his body stood on end. Chapter 484 Parting Ways. The old man's figure flashed and vanished on the spot. But it was still too late, and his arm flew off on the spot. When the old man appeared over 100 m away, his eyes didn't just have fear in them, there was even terror there. Exactly which power fostered such a monstrous genius? I'm a third-rank Exalt Realm expert. But I was actually almost killed by a single strike of his sword. A wisp of disappointment and unwillingness flashed through Yang Yi's eyes when he failed to kill the old man. After all, his injuries still hadn't healed, and forcefully utilizing Void Flash just now had almost fully exhausted the profound energy within his body. At this moment, he absolutely couldn't utilize Void Flash again, otherwise, not to mention killing them all, even leaving safely would be a problem for him. Yang Yi turned around to look at the young woman who was completely dumbstruck on the spot. The latter's body trembled when she noticed Yang Yi's gaze, and she spoke with a shivering voice. Don't come any closer. Young Master Yang, have you still not finished venting? Cough. Right at this moment, Ding Xiaoyao walked slowly towards Yang Yi while holding onto her gut. Her countenance was extremely pale, blood covered her lips, her brows were knit together slightly, and the expression of pain on her face was very obvious. Is it worth it to lose your life over such a person? Said Yang Yi. Ding Xiaoyao shook her head and said, I was raised by his mother, and she treats me like her own daughter. So, how could I allow her only son to die before my very eyes? Moreover, if you killed him, then you'll definitely be pursued by the entire Qin clan and even my Ding clan might participate in it. I know you're unafraid of that. However, have you thought about what would happen to our cooperation if it came to that? Moreover, it's equivalent to pushing my Ding clan and the Qin clan towards Luo Jun. After all, if we become irreconcilable enemies with you, then we'll have no choice but to side with Luo Jun. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment before he nodded and said, Then go side with Luo Jun. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and left. Perhaps Yang Yi seemed like a rash person, a completely brainless and rash person, in the eyes of others. Because he didn't know how to make compromise or be flexible. Just like that incident from before. If he didn't attack Qin Hao, then he just had to endure it a little before he could obtain an ally like the Ding clan and wouldn't have to become enemies with it. Any other person would mostly choose to exercise forbearance in such small matters for the sake of the overall situation. But Yang Yi didn't, had chosen to kill Qin Hao. Because he was Yang Yi. In his opinion, he would act according to the voice in his heart, and he desired to kill Qin Hao. Why should he wrong himself for the sake of others? As for whether the Ding clan and the Qin clan sided with Luo Jun, it really wasn't very important to him. His opinion towards allies was one where he would take those he could and wouldn't care if he couldn't get them. Because he only believed in himself. Only his own strength was the true path to supremacy. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter how many allies he had. After all, didn't the unfettered one kill his way into the imperial palace of the exalted Han Empire all those years ago? Did he have any allies then? None. Ding Xiaoyao stood silently on the spot. She knew that Yang Yi was determined to kill Qin Hao no matter what. Can I stop him? Perhaps I can, but with that character of his, I'll definitely not spare my Ding clan if I were to stop him, right? Do I really have no other choice but to lead the Ding clan to side with Luo Jun? Would Luo Jun really be able to crush this Sword Emperor? If he can't, then the Ding clan will be truly doomed. The Ding clan must not follow the mortal emperor, otherwise, it'll definitely suffer a monstrous calamity. Xiao Tianji's voice resounded in Ding Xiaoyao's mind. She believed him because it was exactly Xiao Tianji's words that had helped the Ding clan avoid annihilation in the past. Moreover, her ancestor had a good relationship with Xiao Tianji, so it was impossible for him to deceive the Ding clan. But in that way, it put her in a difficult spot. She couldn't side with Luo Jun, yet her relationship with Yang Yi had developed to such an extent. Cousin sister. Who exactly is he? The young woman walked over to support Ding Xiaoyao up and spoke softly. A wisp of a complicated expression flashed through Ding Xiaoyao's eyes before she said, "He's the Sword Emperor. However, he has another title in the Southern Territory. He's called the Sword Demon. I feel that title suits him better." After he left, the first thing Yang Yi did was obtain information related to the Ocean of Anarchy because he didn't want to be completely ignorant while he was here. There were numerous islands throughout the Ocean of Anarchy, and they were fully documented, but there was over 1 million islands at least. There weren't any dark beasts throughout the Ocean of Anarchy, and there were only oceanic creatures. These oceanic creatures were extremely formidable, and they weren't inferior to the demon beasts of the demon territory. Especially some creatures that lived deep within the ocean, they were existences that even monarch realm experts feared. There were a few great powers in the Ocean of Anarchy. Just like Ding Xiaoyao had said, the Sky Devil Sect, Blue Wave Sect, Nebula Sect, Divine Mystery Sect, Qin Clan, and Yi Clan were the strongest. Besides that, the Ding Clan was the strongest amongst them all. However, the Ding Clan was kept a comparatively low profile and always left some room to maneuver and survive when they did things, so the Ding Clan had a very good reputation in the Ocean of Anarchy. As for the clan that Qin Hao belonged to, the Qin clan, it was only a third-rate clan, and it was only because of the Ding clan that it had risen to become a first-rate clan in the Ocean of Anarchy. However, because the Qin clan never produced any outstanding geniuses, the Qin clan was in a constant decline, and it would have probably been eliminated from the Ocean of Anarchy if it weren't for the Ding clan. After he obtained information about the entire Ocean of Anarchy, Yang Yi found a remote, uninhabited, and desolate island before he withdrew a few extreme great energy stones and started to absorb the energy within them. At this moment, the important matter at hand for him was to recover his strength. As for Qin Hao, did he have to worry about Qin Hao going anywhere? As the energy from those extreme great energy stones surged incessantly into Yang Yi's body, his countenance started to become rosy. The energy within his body transformed into threads of violet profound energy that flowed into the tiny vortex, and then the tiny vortex dispersed the violet profound energy into his entire body to recover the internal injuries that had suffered earlier. Time flowered by slowly, and 6 hours passed just like that. The injuries within Yang Yi's body had been practically healed after he consumed 3 extreme great energy stones, and the profound energy within his tiny vortex was filled as well. However, Yang Yi felt slightly helpless because he felt that he was about to advance in his cultivation. If he had a few days of time, then he was confident in his ability to advance into the 3rd rank of the spirit realm. However, he didn't have that much time to waste here. Yan Yi took a light breath of air and stood up, and then his figure flashed towards the distance. He was flying towards the direction of the Qin clan. Even though he didn't want to waste time in the ocean of anarchy, he really couldn't do without killing Qin Hao. Chapter 485 The Qin Clan. After she returned to the Ding clan, Ding Xiaoyao was able to quickly take control of the entire Ding clan due to Ding Xiang's death. Once she finished doing that, the first thing she did was to swiftly eliminate all Ding Xiang's remaining forces in the Ding clan. Only then did she truly have full control over the Ding clan. Once she was done with all of that, Ding Xiaoyao started acting against the Sky Devil sect and the other sections. In less than half a day of time, over 10,000 of the islands in their control had been completely wiped clean. Of course, even though it was partially due to the strength of the Ding clan, there was another reason, and it was that those sects didn't resist the Ding clan. Before long, the Sky Devil sect, Blue Wave sect, Nebula sect, and Divine Mystery sect had openly declared their alliance, and all of their forces had converged together. So, the Ding clan stopped when that happened. The Ding clan? Ding Xiaoyao sat at the seat of the host within the Ding clan's assembly room, and there were 3 old men by her side. They were the core figures of the Ding clan. Patriarch, why have we stopped now? Those sects heavily injured the former patriarch and killed Elder Ding Xiang. Even you almost fell into their hands. How can our Ding clan maintain its foothold in the ocean of anarchy without avenging this? In my opinion, we should annihilate all of them in one go. A middle-aged man stood up and spoke angrily. Sit down! One of the old men by Ding Xiaoyao's side glared angrily at the middle-aged man and said, Ding Hai, there's naturally a reason why Xiaoyao has acted in such a way. What are you shouting about? The middle-aged man called Ding Hai puckered his lips. Even though he was slightly displeased, he didn't dare go against the old man and could only sit down unwillingly. Ding Xiaoyao glanced at them and said, I understand how all of you feel, and it's indeed an extremely great humiliation to our Ding clan. I really understand your desire to take revenge, but have all of you thought about why those sects dared to join forces against our Ding clan when they are clearly far inferior to our Ding clan and even have to be mindful not to offend us in the past? The old man who stopped Ding Hai just now frowned as he spoke. Xiaoyao, you mean that someone is supporting them? Ding Xiaoyao nodded and said, If they didn't possess the support of someone, then would they even dare to act against our Ding clan? Since they dared to do so, then it represents that the power supporting them is definitely not inferior to our Ding clan or even superior to our Ding clan. If we continue attacking rashly, then it's very likely that it would provide that power and opportunity to exploit and bring destruction to our Ding clan. Silence filled the room for a while before someone suddenly said, Is it the exalted Han Empire? The expressions of the others changed a little when they heard this. Even though the Ding clan was an overlord in the ocean of anarchy, its forces were nothing in the eyes of the colossus that was the exalted Han Empire. If it was really the exalted Han Empire that was acting against the Ding clan, then the Ding clan would really be in danger. Why aren't we allying ourselves with the exalted Han Empire? One of the others spoke in a low voice. Patriarch, the mortal emperor's rise can't be stopped. Our Ding clan should really not stand before something it can't stop. I suggest that we take the initiative to ally ourselves with the exalted Han Empire. If we're willing to do so, then I presume that the exalted Han Empire will definitely choose us and not those sections. I think that Ding Xing is right. Another middle-aged man stood up and said, The barrier between continents existed in the past, so our Ding clan could pay no attention to the exalted Han Empire. But now, it has been destroyed, so how would our Ding clan defend itself if the exalted Han Empire intends to destroy us? Thus, our Ding clan should take the initiative to become allies with the exalted Han Empire and repair our relationship with it. In next to no time, many more chimed in with agreement, and they suggested that Ding Xiaoyao should allow the Ding clan to form an alliance with the exalted Han Empire. Have all of you forgotten what Mr. Xiao said? Ding Xiaoyao glanced indifferently at them. If she hadn't met Yan Yi, then it was very likely that she would still choose to form an alliance with the exalted Han Empire because it was the best choice for the Ding clan right now. However, after she met Yang Yi, she knew that it was exactly that best choice which might bring a calamity down upon the Ding clan in the future, just as Xiao Tianji had said. The exalted Han Empire was very strong. Luo Jun of the exalted Han Empire was the mortal empire, and he even possessed the support of many clans and sections. But was Yang Yi weak? Perhaps the Grand Qing Empire and Dark Beast Empire were inferior to the exalted Han Empire. But what about the Demon Emperor of the Demon Territory? What about Xiao Tianji? With the wisdom Xiao Tianji possessed, if he didn't know something about Yang Yi or had predicted something related to Yang Yi, would he allow his daughter to marry Yang Yi and support Yang Yi? Most importantly, Yang Yi's own potential was extraordinarily terrifying. So long as he didn't die prematurely, then he would definitely become an extraordinary expert like the Unfettered One. After all, the exalted Han Empire's overall strength was much stronger all those years ago, but hadn't it still suffered an attack from the Unfettered One to the point he reached its imperial palace? Of course, there was an even more important reason. It was that both she and her father had almost died this time. Her father was still unconscious right now, and it was all thanks to Luo Jun. So, how could she possibly form an alliance with Luo Jun? The others here fell silent. They couldn't disregard what Xiao Tianji said. He was a legend, and it was exactly a few words from him that allowed the Ding clan to be what it was right now. The old man by Ding Xiaoyao's side shook his head and said, "Little girl, you make the decision. I believe that you want doom the Ding clan." Ding Xiaoyao fell silent for a while, and then she said, "Let's put this matter aside for now. Let me give it thorough consideration." All of them nodded with understanding. They knew that it was related to the future of the Ding clan, so it naturally couldn't be decided carelessly. Proper consideration was necessary. After they left, Ding Xiaoyao shook her head while a bitter expression appeared in her eyes. At this moment, she suddenly realized that it wasn't Yang Yi who was seeking an alliance with her clan, and it was her clan instead that had to think about how to form an alliance with Yang Yi and the powers that he represented. There was some friendship between her and Yang Yi, so they should have been able to cooperate well. Unfortunately, it was just because of a single person that they seemed like enemies now, and it had even made the Ding clan fall to such an embarrassing state. Qin Hao really deserves death. When she thought about him, Ding Xiaoyao's expression suddenly changed, and then she stood up and shouted, "Uncle Quan, quickly notify the Qin clan to hide Qin Hao immediately." "No, there's no need for that, it's already too late. We're going to the Qin clan." Ding Xiaoyao had been fully occupied by a string of things to do as soon as she returned to the Ding clan, so it caused her to forget Qin Hao. Now that she finally thought of a problem. Was it possible for Yang Yi to spare Qin Hao? The answer was that it was impossible. With Yang Yi's character, he would definitely kill Qin Hao. Moreover, the Qin clan didn't possess any monarch realm expert, so how could it possibly stop Yang Yi? The Qin clan. The Qin clan was situated on an island in the ocean of anarchy. After he returned to the Qin clan, Qin Hao almost exploded with rage when he thought about how his fiancée had actually struck him in public and asked him to kneel down and apologize because of another man. That was an extraordinary humiliation to any man. Qin Hao didn't dare look for trouble with Ding Xiaoyao. Even though she was his fiancée in name, he was very clearly aware that it was very easy for her to break it off. Moreover, the slightest mistake might offend the Ding clan, and that might bring a calamity down upon the Qin clan. But he was really unable to swallow this humiliation and anger. While he didn't dare look for trouble with Ding Xiaoyao, he didn't have to worry at all when it was Yang Yi. So, he went to see his mother upon returning to the Qin clan, and then he exaggerated as he described what had happened between him, Ding Xiaoyao, and Yang Yi. Qin Hao's mother was a beautiful woman around the age of 40, and her name was Luo Xiaoying. She was a first-rank Exalt Realm expert. Such strength was naturally not the best in the entire Qin clan, but her status in the Qin clan was extremely high because of her relationship with Ding Xiaoyao. Her status was even higher than her husband, Qin Hao's father as well. After she heard him, Luo Xiaoying said, "I raised Ding Xiaoyao myself. She isn't an ungrateful and unfaithful person, so you've probably misunderstood her. But it doesn't matter. It should be fine after I go with you to explain everything to her. As for that man. Humph. He actually dared to try and kill my Hauer. I'll absolutely not let him off even if he's a friend of Xiaoyou's. Mother, he's very strong. Qin Hao's younger sister spoke abruptly. Even Uncle Ding was almost killed by him. Moreover, he's the Sword Emperor of the Southern Territory. It's best if we don't offend him. Shed witnessed Yan Ye's strength with her own two eyes, and she was really unable to forget it even until now. Had almost killed an Exalt Realm expert, while at the second rank of the Spirit Realm. That was something she had never even heard of. The Sword Emperor? Luo Xiaoying frowned and said, What Sword Emperor? The young woman intended to say something, but Qin Hao spoke before her. What Sword Emperor? He's just a trash sword cultivator from the Southern Territory. Qin Lian, who exactly is your older brother? Your brother, I have been bullied, but you're actually still speaking on behalf of an outsider. You're such a traitor! The young woman instantly felt wronged. She wanted to say something, but Luo Xiaoying waved her hand and said, No matter who he is, I won't let him off since he dared to try and kill my son. Give the order for my Qin clan scouts to investigate him and immediately report his whereabouts once they find him. My Qin clan has kept a low profile for so many years, and it's time to kill him and make a show of our strength. I refuse that Xiaoyao will denounce me just for that man. Qin Hao was instantly delighted when he heard this. Because killing Ding Xiaoyou's lover would definitely be done once he had his mother's support. Humph. Doesn't that fellow really care about his loved ones? He'll send some forces to capture all his loved ones and humiliate them before his very eyes. Let me see how he will look then. A smile of delight instantly appeared on the corners of Qin Hao's mouth when he thought of such a scene. Meanwhile, 3 black-clothed figures had snuck into the Qin clan, and then a 4th-rank Exalt Realm expert of the Qin Han died mysteriously in his own room. Chapter 486 Virtue. Yang Yi felt that he was benevolent because he only wanted to kill Qin Hao and not annihilate the entire Qin clan. Had merely sent Hong and the others to sneak into the Qin clan to search for Qin Hao. But he hadn't expected that the 3 of them had entered the room of an Exalt Realm expert. So, Yang Yi had no choice but to order his death because that Exalt Realm expert had noticed the 3 of them. Unfortunately, the 3 of them had carelessly allowed the other 4 Exalt Realm experts of the Qin clan to notice their presence. So, Yang Yi had no choice but to order Hong, Black 1, and Black 2 to kill those Exalt Realm experts as well. Yang Yi had investigated the Qin clan before he came here, and he knew that the Qin clan had 6 Exalt Realm experts. However, all of them weren't very highly ranked in the Exalt Realm. The strongest amongst them was merely at the 7th rank of the Exalt Realm, and he hadn't gotten there via normal means. So, while it was slightly difficult to assassinate that 7th rank Exalt Realm expert, the 3 of them had still been able to join forces and kill him. In other words, the Qin clan only had a single Exalt Realm expert right now. Yang Yi put Hong and the others into the tiny vortex before he appeared openly within the Qin clan. The virtue of the heavens is to not kill innocents. Qin clan, I only want Qin Hao. Hand him over and I'll leave immediately. If you don't, then the heavens might forget its virtue today. Yan Ye's voice was enhanced by profound energy, and it rumbled throughout the ears of every single member of the Qin clan. In an instant, everyone within the Qin clan was shocked. Someone has actually come to our Qin clan to cause trouble. Doesn't that fellow know that our Qin clan is protected by the Ding clan? Who's so audacious to do such a thing? They had such thoughts because they weren't aware that 5 of the Qin clan's Exalt Realm experts were already dead. The assassination techniques of Hong, Black 1, and Black 2 was extremely sharp, and they'd even joined forces while Yang Yi supported them with the immortal binding rope. So, killing an Exalt Realm expert merely took a few breaths of time. Thus, no one had noticed the deaths of those Exalt Realm experts yet when Yang Yi openly revealed himself in the Qin clan. Luo Xiaoying, Qin Hao, and Qin Lian appeared before Yang Yi. As they gazed at the corpses of the Qin clan's guards that filled the surroundings, a cold glow flashed in Luo Xiaoying's eyes while terror appeared in the eyes of Qin Hao and Qin Lian. Especially Qin Lian, she even couldn't help but take a few steps back. Luo Xiaoying had a gloomy expression as she gazed at Yang Yi, who carried a sword chest on his back, and she said, "My Qin clan was just about to go look for you, but I never expected that you would come here and give your life away. That's fine as well. It saves my clan the trouble. Needless to say, you're very brave to actually dare to attack my Qin clan by yourself. Right, I presume you definitely have something to rely on, but I'm not interested in listening to it. Cut the crap." Yang Yi waved his hand and interrupted that old woman in front of him. He said, "Hand that fellow by your side over to me, and I'll leave. If you don't, then I'll take him myself." Luo Xiaoying started laughing from extreme rage, and she said, "Take him? Why don't you give it a try?" Right at this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly arrived before Luo Xiaoying, and he had a ghastly pale countenance, and eyes filled with terror as he spoke with a trembling voice. "Madam, all the Exalt Realm expert of our Qin clan, including the Patriarch, have had their throats slit." Luo Xiaoying was first stunned, and then she suddenly shouted, "How could that be possible? How could that be possible? You're talking nonsense. I can certify that he's right." Yang Yi flipped his palm and void flash appeared in his grasp before he walked slowly towards Qin Hao and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately because that would truly be letting you off lightly. I don't have the habit to torture, but I can change it for you. In short, it'll make you feel like dying is a luxury." Qin Hao's expression changed, and his eyes were filled with fear as he watched Yang Yi walk step by step towards him. Luo Xiaoying stood in front of Qin Hao and a trace of fear appeared in her eyes as she gazed at him. She said, "Who exactly are you? Don't you know of the relationship between my Qin clan and the Ding clan?" "I do." Yang Yi nodded, and then he pointed void flash at Qin Hao and said, "Not to mention the Ding clan, I would kill him without hesitation even if he's the crown prince of the exalted Han Empire." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi suddenly flicked void flash at her, and its tip suddenly appeared behind Luo Xiaoying's neck. The latter's expression changed drastically, and her figure flashed away by over 100 m. When she turned around and looked, her pupils constricted violently because Yang Yi's sword was placed against her son's neck. At this moment, Qin Hao's countenance was ghastly pale, his eyes were filled with fear, and his legs were trembling. He would have probably slumped weakly to the ground if Yang Yi's sword wasn't right against his neck. Luo Xiaoying was just about to attack when Yang Yi moved his sword a little, and then a strand of blood immediately appeared on Void Flash's blade. He said, "Don't move. What if you scare me? I might accidentally make your son's head leave his neck. Wouldn't that be too easy for him? Let my son go, and he'll agree to anything you want." Luo Xiaoying stood on the spot. She knew that the Qin clan had offended someone that it couldn't afford to offend. Even though this young man was merely a spirit realm profounder, his strength was something that even some Exalt Realm experts couldn't compare to. How could there be no power standing behind such a genius? Moreover, it was definitely not a weak one. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have killed so many Exalt Realm experts of the Qin clan without making a single sound and be completely fearless towards the Ding clan. Yang Yi paid no attention to her. He was just about to torture Qin Hao when a few rays of flowing light shot over swiftly from the horizon. Yang Yi frowned. He stopped thinking about everything else and flicked his wrist, causing a ray of light to shoot into Qin Hao's legs. H! Qin Hao's eyes opened wide as he let out an extremely miserable and shrill cry. Another ray of light flashed as a thread of sword she entered his mouth, causing his voice to stop abruptly because he had lost his tongue. The enormous pain he suffered caused Qin Hao's entire face to warp. But that wasn't the end. Yang Yi suddenly kicked Qin Hao's stomach, and the latter's eyes almost bulged out from their sockets because his dantian had been blasted apart. H! Luo Xiaoying seemed as if she'd gone mad and pounced at Yang Yi. Her son had been crippled before her very eyes. So, she threw all caution and fear to the wind, and her mind was filled with only madness and killing intent. Even if this fellow before her was the emperor of the exalted Han Empire, she still intended to kill him with her own 2 hands. Clang! A sword within the sword chest on Yan Ye's back transformed into a ray of light that slashed down towards Luo Xiaoying. The latter didn't even give it any thought before she slapped her palm towards it. Hiss! The sword pierced through her palm with ease, and it caused her expression to change drastically. The intense pain she experienced cleared her mind a little, and she hurriedly executed the spatial cage technique to trap that sword. However, right at this moment, another ray of light charged out from within the sword chest on Yan Ye's back and shot swiftly towards her. Another Dao artifact. Luo Xiaoying was horrified. An old man appeared in front of Luo Xiaoying, and he waved his right hand. A strong gale blew forward and struck the sword that was shooting towards Luo Xiaoying. Hiss! The sword merely stopped for a moment before it directly blasted that gale apart. Eh? Exclaimed the old man. After that, he clenched his palm into a fist and smashed it forward, causing Yan Ye's sword to be instantly blasted flying. He's at least a 5th rank Exalt Realm expert. Yan Ye's eyes narrowed, and he was just about to attack again when Ding Xiaoyou's voice suddenly resounded. Young Master Yang, that's enough! Chapter 487 Unexpected Turn of Events. Ding Xiaoyou glanced at Qin Hao, and she shook her head slightly when she saw how he looked. After that, she gazed at Yang Yi and said, Young Master Yang, could it be that you still haven't finished venting your anger? She continued before Yang Yi could answer her. I'm very sincere in my desire to work together with young Master Yang and the powers that stand behind you, but you refuse to give me face at all. Could it be that you really think that your emotions for a certain period of time are truly more important than having another friend? Yang Yi chuckled and said, Miss Ding, was it I or Qin Hao who started all of this? Ding Xiaoyou was stunned. Yang Yi continued, Was it I who wanted to kill him first, or was it him? Ding Xiaoyou was speechless. Yang Yi spoke once more. Was it he who disrespected my loved ones, or was it I who disrespected his? Ding Xiaoyou was at a loss for what to say. Yang Yi said, See? It was he who offended me, it was he who wanted to kill me, and it was he who disrespected my loved ones. All I did was give him tit for tat. Could that be wrong? Or do you, Miss Ding, think that only he can kill me, yet I can't kill him? Ding Xiaoyou really didn't know what to say in reply. Yang Yi said, Miss Ding, I saved your life and carried you out of there, yet I was misunderstood by your fiancé, and he even aroused killing intent towards me and disrespected my loved ones. Why didn't you say anything about him but keep making it seem like it was I, Yang Yi, who was constantly looking for trouble with him? Is it really right to act in that way? Ding Xiaoyou shook her head and said, But he didn't cause any material harm to you, yet you've slaughtered all the experts in his clan and even crippled him. Yang Yi laughed coldly and said, Material harm? Truthfully speaking, if he only targeted me, then I would give you face and just teach him a lesson. But he really shouldn't have disrespected all my loved ones. To be blunt, not to mention that we're only just acquaintances, even if you were a woman of mine, I would still slaughter anyone close to you if they dared to disrespect my mother. What high-sounding sentiments! The old man who blocked Yang Yi's attack just now spoke coldly. Xiaoyou, why waste your breath on him? Since he dared to attack the Qin clan, then it's equivalent to attacking my Ding clan. Would any other clan dare to attach itself to us if we don't kill him? Moreover, this matter is related to your reputation. If you don't act after your fiancé was attacked, then it would be impossible to prevent all sorts of gossip from spreading. Mother! Right at this moment, the shocked exclaim of a young woman resounded. All of them looked over towards the source of the voice, and they saw that Qin Hao's neck had been twisted, and it was none other than Luo Xiaoying who did it. Yan Ye's eyes narrowed while the profound energy within his body surged. After she twisted Qin Hao's neck, Luo Xiaoying held Qin Hao's corpse in her hands as she walked over to Ding Xiaoyao. Thump! She knelt before Ding Xiaoyao. Ding Xiaoyao hurriedly tried to lift Luo Xiaoying up yet was unable to do so. Xiaoyao, Aunt has never asked anything of you, but am asking for something from you now. Please avenge Hao. As she spoke, she started kowtowing to Ding Xiaoyao. Ding Xiaoyao hurriedly said, Aunt, please stand up. I'll continue kneeling here unless you agree, said Luo Xiaoying. She knew that her own strength was utterly insufficient to avenge her son, and only the Ding clan could accomplish it. Ding Xiaoyao sighed lightly and said, Aunt, why force me like this? Xiaoyao, your cousin brother is dead. He was your fiancé. I know you didn't like him, but are you really that heartless? Luo Xiaoying spoke in a slightly miserable voice. Ding Xiaoyao shook her head and said, There was a sect. That sect had 4 Monarch Realm experts, almost 40 Exalt Realm experts, and countless Spirit Realm experts. That sect wanted to kill him, but not only did it fail, he even attacked them. After that, more than 10 of its Exalt Realm experts perished while countless Spirit Realm experts from that sect lost their lives. Moreover, he even destroyed the tombs of all the seniors of that sect. However, he still left safely in the end. Aunt, do you think my Ding clan can kill him? Luo Xiaoying was stunned while the old man said with shock, Xiaoyao, who is he? The Sword Emperor. Ding Xiaoyao said. He's also Mr. Xiao's son-in-law. The old man's expression changed, and he glanced at Yan Yi before the killing intent in his eyes slowly faded. Not to mention anything else, just Yan Yi's identity as Xiao Tianji's son-in-law made it impossible for the Ding clan to act against him. Young Master Yang, you've probably finished venting your rage by now, right? Ding Xiaoyao gazed at Yang Yi with indifference. Yang Yi glanced at her and said, The one who deserved death is dead, so I'm naturally satisfied. However, Miss Ding, allow me to tell you in advance. I don't like being schemed against. If I find out that you've schemed against me in the future, then I'm really sorry because, to be very honest, even I'm afraid of myself when I get angry. Ding Xiaoyao said. Are you threatening me, young Master Yang? Yang Yi nodded. Indeed I am. Miss Ding, you're too intelligent. Truthfully speaking, I'm still quite afraid because the slightest mistake might bring me a huge amount of trouble, and I wouldn't even understand why I was in such trouble. So I have no other choice but to threaten you. But it looks like my threats aren't effective at all. Ding Xiaoyao frowned a little. She was just about to continue when a wisp of resentment suddenly flashed through Luo Xiaoying's eyes, and then her figure flashed and grabbed Ding Xiaoyao by the throat. This unexpected event caused everyone here to be stunned. Even Yang Yi was stunned. Has she gone mad? Luo Xiaoying, what are you doing? Quickly let Xiaoyao go or I'll destroy your Qin clan. The old man was furious. Destroy my Qin clan? Luo Xiaoying laughed like a mad woman. Is my Qin clan not destroyed yet? Ding Xiaoyao, you bitch! My son died because of you, yet you refuse to avenge him. Since it's like that, then I'll make you accompany him in hell. Ha ha ha. A wisp of sorrow flashed through Ding Xiaoyao's eyes. My status in her heart can't compare to her own son in the end. She wasn't being selfish when she refused to act against Yang Yi, she was just thinking of behalf of her Ding clan. Because Yang Yi had too many people standing behind him to the point that even Luo Jun couldn't kill him, so how could the Ding clan possibly kill him? Not only was the Ding clan unable to kill Yang Yi, it might even suffer his revenge. So, even though she knew her aunt was sad, she had no choice but to make a decision that was beneficial to the Ding clan. But she hadn't expected that her aunt would hate her for it, and even act in this way. At this moment, the emotions in Ding Xiaoyao's heart were extremely complicated. The old man's heart jerked when he heard Luo Xiaoying, and then he said, Luo Xiaoying, aren't you going to think about your daughter? You aren't afraid of death, but is she? Luo Xiaoying's eyes regained a little bit of clarity when she heard this, and then she glanced at Qin Lian's pale face before she couldn't help but let go of Ding Xiaoyao's throat. At this moment, she felt regretful in her heart. She regretted acting rashly. When she heard Ding Xiaoyao earlier, she knew that it was impossible for the Ding clan to avenge her son. At that time, she was overcome by impulse and rage, and she had committed such actions. Now that her mind had cleared up a little, she finally realized how stupid her actions were. Not only would her actions harm her daughter, it would harm the entire Qin clan, and it made the relationship she had formed with Ding Xiaoyao over numerous years to vanish without a trace. How foolish of me! Luo Xiaoying gradually released Ding Xiaoyao, and then her figure flashed over to Qin Lian before flashing once more towards the distance. The old man at the side was just about to pursue them when Ding Xiaoyao stopped him and said, "Uncle Quan, forget it. Let them go. Xiaoyao, it'll open us up to endless potential troubles," said the old man in a low voice. Ding Xiaoyao shook her head and said, "I'm unable to kill them no matter what. Uncle Quan, allow me to act willfully just this once." The old man sighed lightly and didn't speak further upon hearing this. Ding Xiaoyao suddenly said, "Young Master Yang, are you going to the Central Territory now?" Yang Yi was just about to leave when he heard Ding Xiaoyao, and he hesitated for a moment before he said, "Of course. Don't tell me that you're heading there as well." Ding Xiaoyao shook her head and said, "Why would I go there? To give my life away? I wanted to tell you to be careful. Because the Sky Devil sect and those other sects are looking all over for you. I presume they received Luo Jun's orders. I know you're not afraid of it, but you can dream of arriving safely at the Central Territory now that those sects have joined forces." Yan Ye's face fell when he heard this. Indeed, even though he wasn't afraid of them, it would truly be extremely troublesome if they constantly pursued him. "Do you have a way to overcome that?" asked Yang Yi. Ding Xiaoyao shrugged and said, "I don't. I can only wish young Master Yang luck. Uncle Quan, let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left with the old man. Yang Yi was speechless. Yang Yi rubbed his nose, and then he laughed bitterly as he shook his head. She was clearly taking revenge on him, but he couldn't blame her for it. After all, had kicked her earlier and crippled her fiancé now. It was already pretty good that she didn't try to take physical revenge against him, so how could she possibly help him? Yang Yi remained silent on the spot for a while, and then he waved his right hand and released Lu Jianyao from within the ancient sheath. She glanced at the surroundings before she asked, "Is this the ocean of anarchy?" Yang Yi said, "Miss Lu, I'm going to be heading to the Central Territory later. Don't follow me there. Look for an opportunity and return to the Southern Territory yourself." He felt that bringing her along was entirely like bringing a burden along. He wasn't going to tour the Central Territory, so he didn't want to bring such a burden along. Moreover, he had numerous secrets, so he really didn't want to keep someone he didn't trust by his side. "You think I'm a burden to you?" Lu Jianyao spoke with slight anger. Yang Yi rolled his eyes and said, "Miss Lu, don't you think so too? Allow me to be frank. You've probably seen the strengths of my enemies. With the strength you possess right now, you would probably die 10 times before we even reach the Central Territory. So, please return to Ancient Domain City for your own safety's sake." "I refuse to leave." Lu Jianyao glanced at Yang Yi and spoke in an indisputable tone. "Are you asking for a beating?" Since speaking nicely to her didn't work, Yang Yi intended to use force instead. Chapter 488. The situation is bad. "Don't you dare!" Lu Jianyao glared at Yang Yi like a furious lioness. Yang Yi chuckled and said, "Miss Lu, do you think you're a match for me? To put it bluntly, what could you possibly do to me if I had ill intent towards you?" Lu Jianyao's expression changed when she heard this, and then her sword swished over to her own neck as she said, If you dare to humiliate me, then I'll rather die than let you succeed." Yang Yi was stunned. So am that sort of person in her eyes. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Miss Lu, it's good that you intend to go out into the world to temper yourself, and I approve of your decision. However, you shouldn't do it with me. Going around with me isn't a form of tempering, it's a way to seek death. I'm not trying to scare you, but all the sects here like the Sky Devil sect have started to search for me, and those Exalt Realm assassins from before are probably still looking for me as well. Miss Lu, I can't even protect myself, so how could I possibly protect you? Lu Jianyao lowered her sword and fell silent. Yang Yi continued. I promised your father that I would take care of you, but you've seen the current situation for yourself. We're only at the Ocean of Anarchy now, but we've already been obstructed and besieged by so many people. If we do arrive at the Central Territory, we would be at the exalted Han Empire's territory, so who knows how many assassins we would encounter then? So, listen to my advice and return to Ancient Domain City. She was the daughter of Ancient Domain City's governor, so Yang Yi didn't want to make the relationship between them become bad. Moreover, so long as one didn't go past the limits that he deemed acceptable or touched upon his taboos, then he was quite an understanding person. Lu Jianyao fell silent for a while before she said, Yang Yi, you're a sword cultivator as well, so you should be aware what returning to Ancient Domain City now would mean to me. We sword cultivators should advance courageously and be fearless of challenges and difficulties, right? Of course, I understand that I would really be a burden to you if I were to follow you. So, I've decided that I'll head to the Central Territory by myself. It'll be my problem if I'm unlucky and suffer calamity, and it isn't related to you at all. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Jianyao bowed slightly to Yang Yi before she said, Thank you for taking care of me throughout this period. I'll remember this kindness. Lu Jianyao turned around and walked away upon finishing. Wait, said Yang Yi. Lu Jianyao turned around, and she couldn't help but frown because she thought that Yang Yi intended to stop her. Yang Yi withdrew 5 talismans and 10 top-grade energy stones before he passed them to her and said, I have no reason to stop you. Otherwise, I would be standing in the way of your path of the sword. Even though we haven't gotten along well, we can still be considered to have gone through thick and thin together. These talismans and energy stones should be useful to you. Don't die. I hope we'll be able to see you in the Central Territory. Lu Jianyao was stunned. She took them, took a long glance at Yang Yi, and said, Thank you. I too hope that I'll be able to see you in the Central Territory. As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't stay longer and left. As he watched her figure vanish from his field of vision, Yang Yi suddenly felt that she seemed to have become much more mature. In the past, she would absolutely not accept those things from him, and she would even make trouble for no reason. But now, she hadn't just taken them from him, she had even thanked him. Yang Yi shook his head, and then his figure flashed and vanished on the spot. He had to ride a ship in order to travel to the Central Territory, otherwise, it was impossible to fly to the Central Territory even if he was at the Exalt Realm. Because violent winds raged throughout the Ocean of Anarchy all year round, and it was even to the extent that there were storms and tornadoes. So if one were to fly in the air, one would have to resist these tornadoes and storms as well, and the exhaustion of profound energy was enormous. Moreover, the ships were extremely swift, and they weren't inferior in speed to an Exalt Realm expert. So, Yang Yi naturally intended to take a ship there. The Ding clan? That old man who Ding Xiaoyao addressed as Uncle Quan said to Ding Xiaoyao upon their return to the Ding clan. Little girl, I've obtained news that the Sky Devil sect and those other sects seem to have located Yang Yi. At this moment, the Sky Devil sect has dispatched 3 Exalt Realm experts to pursue Yang Yi. Moreover, there are countless Spirit Realm and King Realm Profoundus lying in ambush on the islands that are on the way to the Central Territory. That fellow, Yang Yi, is probably in a very bad situation now. Ding Xiaoyao spoke indifferently. How can he go against Luo Jun if he can't even escape these nobodies? After all, he'll have the whole world as his enemy once he enters the Central Territory. Uncle Quan, I understand your intentions. Our Ding clan really does have only 2 paths right now, and it's either siding with Luo Jun or becoming allies with Yang Yi. Joining Luo Jun's side is practically impossible, but Yang Yi. Ding Xiaoyao fell silent when she spoke up to this point, and then she said, At this moment, our Ding clan will definitely be looked down upon if we took the initiative to speak about an alliance with the powers that stand behind him. That would be disadvantageous to our clan in the future. So, if we want to be respected and valued, then we must fully eliminate those sects and truly take control of the entire ocean of anarchy. Only then would our Ding clan gain sufficient respect and authority in the Southern Territory. The old man grinned and said, "You always take everything into account. But it would probably be difficult for that fellow, Yan Yi, to reach the Central Territory without our Ding clan's help. Shouldn't we lend a hand? After all, he's Mr. Xiao's." Ding Xiaoyao shook her head and said, "Our Ding clan will help him, but not now. I want him to seek our Ding clan's assistance. Otherwise, if we were to take the initiative to help him, then he might not feel grateful and think that it's a matter of course." The old man thought about it for a moment, and then he nodded and said, "You're right. That kid should be given a lesson. He actually dared to kick you and cripple Qin Hao in front of us. If we were to take the initiative to help him, then it wouldn't just be outsiders who would say that our Ding clan is humiliating itself, even some members of our clan would start talking nonsense. Uncle Quan, it'll trouble you with paying close attention to the actions of those sections. If you notice the forces who are standing behind these sects." When she spoke to this point, a strand of a cold glow flashed within her eyes as she said, "Kill them all." Yes. Yang Yi had to ride a ship in order to reach the Central Territory. However, only the Ding clan and those large sects had such ships. Besides them, only some merchants in the ocean of anarchy had them. Yang Yi naturally wouldn't go looking for the Ding clan's help. He wasn't that thick-skinned. On the other hand, he wasn't that stupid to go give himself up to those sections. So, he had no other choice but to look for merchants that possessed such ships. "Young master, you want to travel to the Central Territory?" At the hall of a merchant group called the Ocean of Clouds, an old man asked this question to a young man who stood before him. The young man was naturally Yang Yi. Had inquired about it from numerous parties and found out that the Ocean of Clouds merchant group frequently traveled to the Central Territory to do business, and this merchant group possessed the one and only ship that was on par with the ships of the Ding clan and those other sections. So, had gone straight to them. Yan Yi nodded and said, "We can discuss the price." The old man pondered deeply for a moment and seemed to be slightly troubled. "My merchant group is going to transport some goods to the Central Territory tonight, but those goods are extremely precious and require utmost caution. So," Yang Yi withdrew 30 top-grade energy stones and placed them on the table, causing the old man's voice to stop abruptly before a satisfied expression appeared in his eyes while he said in his heart, "He really knows how to do things." The old man was a manager of the Ocean of Clouds merchant group, and he would earn a little extra income every single time the merchant group sent goods to the Central Territory. Taking others on board in secret was one of his methods. Of course, he wouldn't just take any more. For example, he would absolutely not accept Exalt Realm experts. Because once they caused trouble on the ship, then it would definitely be extremely troublesome. However, this young man before him was only at the spirit realm, and such a person wasn't a problem at all. The old man took those energy stones and smiled. "Young master, please head to the docks tonight. It'll take young master aboard when the time comes. Remember that you must be on time." "Thank you." Yang Yi nodded, and then he stood up and left. After he left the merchant group, Yang Yi looked for a deserted area and started cultivating with a few extreme-grade energy stones. Needless to say, he was still quite weak right now. If it was in terms of experts in the same realm of cultivation, then besides in Nanjing, practically no one else in the Southern Territory was a match for him. However, the problem was that his current opponents were experts at the Exalt Realm or above. He could kill Exalt Realm experts now, but he had to utilize Dao artifacts to do so. If he didn't, then perhaps he could still defeat ordinary Exalt Realm experts, but he could absolutely not kill them. Especially if it were experts at the 5th rank of the Exalt Realm, or above. Just like Ding Xiang whom he killed that day. He would have absolutely been the one to be defeated if he didn't have Hong and the others to assist him. Yan Yi didn't want to rely on external forces because he was clearly aware that only his own strength was true strength. At this moment, he was at the 2nd rank of the Spirit Realm, and he could only swing Void Flash 3 times, utilize the sword formation within the sword chest once, and execute the Sword of Elements once, at most. In other words, he could only go against one Exalt Realm expert at most. If he was up against the joint forces of 2 Exalt Realm experts, then he would have no choice but to flee. He was going to the Central Territory, and that was the Exalted Han Empire's territory. So there would definitely be countless Exalt Realm experts there waiting for him, so how would he deal with them? At that time, not to mention stopping Luo Jun from obtaining the world portrait, even surviving would be a problem for him. I'm really a little too weak. Around 2 hours later, 3 black figures suddenly appeared behind Yan Yi. Yan Yi opened his eyes before Hong, Black 1, and Black 2 immediately started to give him their report, and then his expression slowly turned gloomy as he listened to them. The Sky Devil sect was definitely going to act against him, so he naturally refused to just wait for death to arrive, and he couldn't passively fend off their attacks as well. So, had sent Hong and the others out once he parted with Ding Xiaoyao, and he made them gather information. Now they'd returned with the information they obtained. 25 Exalt Realm experts, over 100 Spirit Realm experts, and countless King Realm profounders. Haha! They really think highly of me. Motherfucker! Do I look like him at the fucking Monarch Realm? What's with sending that many experts after me? Yan Yi cursed with a gloomy expression on his face. Chapter 489 in Xiaonan. Night. Yan Yi arrived at the docks before that manager from the merchant group immediately appeared in front of him. Why are you only here now? The ship would have left in 15 more minutes. The manager spoke with slight anger. Yan Yi was just about to say something when the manager waved his hand and pulled Yan Yi up the enormous ship that spanned a length of over 1 kilometer, and he spoke while walking. Our merchant ship usually prohibits the entrance of outsiders. However, you seemed like a good person to me and were in a rush to travel to the Central Territory, so I felt sympathetic and allowed you to board the ship. However, the high-ups would definitely suspect something if someone extra were to suddenly appear on the ship. So, I've prepared an identity for you. You're my nephew from this moment onward, understand? The corners of Yan Yi's mouth twitched. I seemed like a good person. It was probably my top-grade energy stones that looked good, right? Yan Yi nodded and said, I'll obey all of Manager Yun's instructions. At this moment, all he wanted was to avoid the pursuit of those 4 sects of the Ocean of Anarchy. He would still have to avoid such a huge group of experts even if he were at the Exalt Realm, let alone the Spirit Realm. Yan Yi felt that his strength wasn't bad amongst his peers, but he didn't think that he could be invincible in the Exalt Realm as well. Confidence was a good thing, but conceit was no different than courting death. Manager Yun's expression eased up greatly when he heard Yan Yi, and he said, The first level is where the goods are stored, and there are experts guarding it. Don't go there or you'll definitely die. The second level is where the servants rest. You aren't a familiar face to them, so don't go there as well, otherwise it might cause some trouble. As for the third level. When he spoke up to this point, Manager Yun's expression became solemn as he said, The third level is where the young miss and young master rest. You absolutely must not go there. If you were to offend them, then you won't be able to survive no matter how many lives you have. Yan Yi smiled and said, Manager Yun, how about we do it like this? I'll just follow you, and I'll just do whatever you say. All right? Manager Yun nodded and said, You're really sensible kid. You're really promising. Yan Yi felt speechless. The ship was very large. It was over 1 kilometer long, over 300 m wide, and it went very high up as well. There were numerous talisman markings all around the ship, and it was exactly these markings that made it so that this ship could be moved with energy stones instead. This ship could be sailed so long as it had energy stones. As for the consumption of energy stones and the speed of the ship, that depended on the grade of the markings. Besides possessing the ability to move the ship, the talisman markings could be utilized to form a defensive formation and various offensive formations. After all, there were all sorts of dangers in the boundless ocean. According to Manager Yun, The defensive formation was something that even a 5th-rank Exalt Realm expert couldn't break through, whereas the offensive formation could slaughter Exalt Realm experts like dogs if one possessed sufficient energy stones. Yang Yi was quite surprised when he heard this. This ship is that strong? It can slaughter Exalt Realm experts like dogs. Manager Yun really looked down upon Yang Yi for a while when he noticed Yang Yi's surprise, and he said that Yang Yi had grown up in the Southern Territory and possessed no knowledge, so he intended to help Yang Yi widen his knowledge so as to avoid losing face at the Central Territory. Yang Yi didn't mind Manager Yun's disdain, and he even modestly sought guidance. So, Yang Yi gained a huge amount of information from their conversations. As they conversed with each other, they'd arrived on the ship without even realizing it. However, they were stopped by a guard at the 9th rank of the Spirit Realm when they were about to step foot onto the ship. But Manager Yun had spoken a few words and gave 2 top-grade energy stones to the guard before the guard smiled, nodded, and allowed the 2 of them to ascend the ship. Manager Yun provided Yang Yi with a random room, and he asked Yang Yi to stay there and not go anywhere else. After that, he left. The room wasn't large, and there were some miscellaneous items in it. It was obvious that it was an unused room. Yang Yi didn't mind it. He just sat cross-legged on the ground and started to cultivate. At this moment in time, he didn't want to waste any time at all, and he intended to cultivate as long as he had the time. Because he truly didn't have a sense of security in this world without possessing formidable strength. A while later, he suddenly heard footsteps from the hallway, and it caused Yang Yi to frown. Meanwhile, the door to the room was opened before Manager Yun walked in with another person. The person he brought was a young man around the age of 17. He was a handsome man in a wide blue robe. The young man was slightly stunned when he saw Yang Yi, and he had clearly not expected someone else to be here. Right, both of you stay right here and don't go anywhere else. Understand? As soon as he finished speaking, Manager Yun turned around and left, and only Yang Yi and the young man remained within the room. Yang Yi thought for a moment before he came to an understanding. The young man was probably in the same situation as he was, a stowaway. When he thought up to this point, Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and continued cultivating with his eyes closed. The young man seemed to be quite vigilant towards Yang Yi, and he remained quite far away. Only his gaze was constantly on Yang Yi. Yang Yi opened his eyes and glanced over when he sensed this gaze, and then his gaze descended onto the young man's chest in the end. With the strength he possessed, just a glance at the young man before him had allowed him to discern that this was no young man, and it was a woman dressed as a man. However, it wasn't his business at all. She was just a stowaway like him, and they just happened to meet here. Hey, are you from the Southern Territory? The young man remained silent for a long time before he spoke abruptly. Yang Yi opened his eyes, glanced over, and then nodded. Then you definitely know a Nanjing. The young man spoke with slight excitement. Yang Yi's expression changed a little, but the young man continued. Is she really invincible amongst those of the same realm of cultivation? Is she really capable of killing Exalt Realm experts? Right, did she really inherit the inheritance of the martial god? The young man seemed to be quite excited and had unconsciously walked over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi nodded when he noticed that there was nothing unusual about the young man's expression. He was quite amused in his heart because he hadn't expected that in Nanjing's reputation would be so great to actually have admirers. However, it made sense to him because in Nanjing was a woman that many men couldn't compare to, so it was normal for women to admire her. The young man grew even more excited when he saw Yang Yi nod and said, Good! As expected of the person that I, in Xiaonan, admire. Right, I heard that the Sword Emperor Yang Yi has knelt before her as well, is that true? Yang Yi's eyelids twitched, and he clenched his right hand before he said calmly, You know Yang Yi? Does anyone in the Southern Territory not know him? And Xiaonan said, It isn't just the Southern Territory, his reputation has even started to spread through the ocean of anarchy. He can even be considered to possess a little fame in the Central Territory as well. I investigated him after I arrived at the Southern Territory. His strength isn't bad and didn't insult the title of Sword Emperor. However, I truly look down upon him. As she finished speaking, and Xiaonan's face was covered in disdain. A slight smile had gradually appeared on Yan Ye's face as he listened to her, but his smile had suddenly frozen on his face when he heard the last few words she spoke. Yan Yi glanced at her and spoke with a calm expression. Why do you look down upon him? He's narrow-minded, vengeful, cuts others down like flies, and does everything according to his own personal whims. The slightest displeasure he experiences would end with him killing someone or annihilating their entire family. I really don't know how such a person could become the Sword Emperor. In my opinion, the name, Sword Demon, suits him much better. Right, I heard he's extremely perverted as well. He clearly has a Tao companion yet seeks out women everywhere. Should I not look down upon such a person who can't concentrate on a single lover? And Xiaonan clenched her fists tightly as she spoke furiously. The corners of Yan Ye's mouth twitched, and he had quite an unsightly expression on his face. Humph! If I encounter a person like him, I'll definitely castrate him so that he can't bring disaster upon the women of this world. And Xiaonan tightened her clenched fists and spoke in a furious tone. Can you defeat him? Yan Yi spoke flatly. My grandfather can. And Xiaonan paused for a moment and continued. My father can as well. Right, my uncles as well. Oh, my older brother should be able to defeat him too. The corners of Yan Ye's mouth twitched. He shook his head and paid no further attention to her. And Xiaonan seemed to be very interested in chatting and continued. I purposely traveled to the Southern Territory this time to see in Nanjing. Unfortunately, I wasn't even able to catch a glance of her. How infuriating! Fortunately, I heard she has gone to the Central Territory. I'll definitely be able to meet her once I arrive at the Central Territory. At that time, I'll definitely ask her why she's so formidable. Yan Yi was just about to speak when he sensed that the ship had started to move, and this allowed Yan Yi to heave a slight sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, no mishaps have occurred, otherwise, I'd have to waste even more time here. At this moment, he couldn't afford to waste any time at all. Every single minute longer he stayed here was another minute that Luo Jun had to seize the world portrait. If Luo Jun succeeded, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Actually, Yan Yi didn't want to be in such a passive position. But it couldn't be helped because he was the weaker party, and he could only passively react and retaliate against whatever Luo Jun threw at him. However, if he were able to obtain the world portrait, then he could turn the entire situation around. But Yan Yi was aware that it was definitely extremely difficult to obtain the world portrait because the Central Territory was the exalted Han Empire's territory. Even though Monarch Realm experts couldn't act against him, the exalted Han Empire still had a huge amount of Exalt Realm experts. It wasn't difficult for him to kill 1 or 2 Exalt Realm experts now. After all, he possessed numerous Tao artifacts. But could he go against a dozen or even more Exalt Realm experts? He definitely couldn't. In short, his strength was still too weak. If he could attain the Exalt Realm or the peak of the Spirit Realm, then he would be in a much better situation. Because he wouldn't have to be so worried when he utilized Tao artifacts once he attained the peak of the Spirit Realm. And Xiaonan suddenly said, why do you look a little like Yan Yi? Yan Ye's eyelids twitched, and then a cold glow flashed through the depths of his eyes. Chapter 490 Exposed. Wait, how could you possibly be that demon, Yan Yi? And Xiaonan rejected her own words and shook her head. I heard that Yan Yi is extremely unsociable and likes to kill for no reason. Even though you aren't very nice, I'm able to sense that you aren't bad. Alas, why did you have to grow to possess a similar appearance as that demon? Alas. The corners of Yan Ye's mouth twitched while the killing intent in his eyes vanished, and he spoke calmly. You've met Yan Yi? And Xiaonan shook her head and said, I haven't. However, I've seen a portrait of him. As she spoke, she withdrew a portrait and passed it to Yan Yi as she said, Look. Yan Ye's eyelids twitched upon taking a glance at it because it was none other than himself. The only difference was that he was drawn to seem too cold and unsociable. Actually, you look more and more like Yan Yi as I continue looking at you. And Xiaonan stared fixedly at him as she spoke. I am Yan Yi. It was a rare moment where Yan Yi spoke the truth for once. And Xiaonan was stunned, and then she roared with laughter. She laughed for a while before she pointed at him and said, You really are brave to actually pretend to be that demon. Be careful. If that demon finds out, then hell skin you, pull out your bones, and kill everyone you know. Is Yan Yi really that crazy and unreasonable? Yan Yi couldn't help but ask this question. He was aware that his reputation wasn't good, but he hadn't expected that it would be horrible to such an extent. He should be, and Xiaonan said. In any case, anyone in the Southern Territory that speaks of him would experience a visible change in their expression. Right, I heard that he annihilated an entire clan called the Baiming clan in the imperial capital. He didn't even spare the children and elderly. You're from the Southern Territory, so you should have heard of it, right? Is it true? It is, said Yang Yi. And Xiaonan stood up, clenched her fists, and said furiously, If I and Xiaonan encounter such a crazy and unreasonable demon, then I'll definitely castrate him and beat him up. I and Xiaonan will uphold justice for the heavens. When she spoke up to this point, she gazed at Yang Yi and said, You'll support me, right? Oh, you definitely will. Anyone with a sense of justice would definitely not allow such a demon to continue bringing disaster to the world. Yan Yi gazed at her with astonishment. Uphold justice for the heavens? Support her to castrate myself? If she weren't around the age of 17, he would have thought that it was Bauer in disguise. Needless to say, she was definitely the granddaughter or daughter of an extraordinary expert. Otherwise, an ordinary clan would be absolutely unable to foster such a weirdo. Bang! Suddenly, the ship shook violently. The things within the room instantly started to roll about while Xiaonan almost fell to the floor. Yang Yi frowned. Meanwhile, the door was opened before Manager Yun walked in and said, Don't be anxious, it's just a level 24 storm, and it'll pass very soon. Bang! Had just finished speaking when the ship trembled violently once more. This time, it trembled even more violently than before, and it felt like the ship was about to capsize. Yan Yi's brows that had just eased up were knit together once more. It's absolutely not a storm. The ship is being attacked. Manager Yun's countenance turned pale as he said, Just stay here and don't go anywhere. They'll go have a look. Yan Yi and Xiaonan exchanged glances before both of them walked out successively from the room. At the deck, a veiled woman who wore a light gauze veil over her face and a young man were standing here, and both of them had solemn expressions in their eyes. There were a few dozen guards standing behind them, and 4 of them were Exalt Realm experts while the rest were Spirit Realm experts. However, all of them had extremely solemn expressions on their faces as well because a strange and enormous fish that wasn't any smaller than the ship was right before it. It was an Exalt rank oceanic creature, a winged shark. Big sister, the winged sharks usually move about deep within the ocean, so has one appeared here now? The young man by the veiled woman's side asked this question in a low voice. I don't really understand it as well, but I presume that someone intends to seize this batch of goods from our Ocean of Clouds merchant group, said the veiled woman in a flat voice. How could that be possible? The young man was puzzled. Our Yi clan has notified the Ding clan and all the other sects before it came to the Ocean of Anarchy to do business. How could they possibly target us? Could it be that someone else has set their eyes on us? The veiled woman shook her head and said, No matter who it is, we'll know very soon. Uncle Yun, it'll be troubling you to deal with this animal. Don't allow it to live. I really want to see exactly which ignorant fool dared to attack my merchant group's ship. That person is really tired of living. Hee hee. Leave it to me. An old man behind her flashed, and directly appeared above the winged shark before he flipped his palm and grasped a sword in his hand. Countless rays of light rained down like raindrops with a single swung of his right hand. In an instant, the rays of light from his sword were like dazzling suns that seemed extremely striking beneath the veil of night. The rays of light instantly enveloped the winged shark, and it wasn't long before a shrill cry resounded from it. However, it was still alive, and it even shot out an extremely long torrent of water at the old man. The old man didn't dare act carelessly against it at all. He held his sword tightly with both hands before he slashed down forcefully against the torrent of water, and then an enormous strand of swordshi flashed out and collided with the torrent. Bang! The water on this entire area of the ocean suddenly seethed as waves that were over 50 m tall rose up in the surroundings. However, these waves merely caused the ship to shake a little. Uncle Yun's sword technique has grown even stronger. Hee, I heard that the Southern Territory has a sword emperor. I think that sword emperor would definitely not dare to call himself the sword emperor if he saw Uncle Yun's sword technique, right? The young man by the veiled woman's side chuckled as he spoke. The woman glanced indifferently at him and said, I know you're not convinced of Yan Ye's strength and desire a battle with him. I support your intentions, but you must remember not to be careless. Even Mu Jun perished at his hands, so do you think he's someone with an undeserving reputation? Many people in this world died because of their own carelessness. Master has repeated this principle to you on countless occasions, so are you still unable to commit it to memory? The young man seemed to fear the veiled woman, and he laughed with embarrassment, and didn't dare speak again. The old man in midair had a solemn expression, because he knew that had underestimated that exalt realm oceanic creature. Its defensive strength was much more formidable than had imagined. So, even though his swordshi had struck it, his swordshi wasn't able to cause it any material harm at all. The old man pondered deeply for a moment before the profound energy within him started to surge violently because he knew that he had to be serious against this enemy. Right at this moment, a wave of fluctuation arose in the sky above the winged shark, and then 24 middle-aged men and a woman appeared above the winged shark. At the same time, 3 other ships that were on par with the Ocean of Cloud Merchant Group's ship had suddenly appeared in the surroundings. Moreover, all 3 of those ships were filled with spirit realm experts. The expression of the old man who the veiled woman addressed as Uncle Yun had changed violently upon witnessing this scene. Besides that, the veiled woman's expression had changed a little as well because those figures above the winged shark were all Exalt Realm experts. Everyone on the ship seemed as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Who exactly are all of you? Said the veiled woman in a gloomy voice. A middle-aged man took 2 steps forward, and then he stopped in midair and said, I'm the 4th elder of the Sky Devil sect. We have no ill intent against your merchant group. We only seek to ask for a certain person from your merchant group. Hand him over and leave immediately without disturbing your merchant group at all. The Ocean of Clouds merchant group had some background as well, so the Sky Devil sect naturally didn't dare to offend it rashly. Who? Asked the veiled woman. The middle-aged man grinned, and then he glanced at the ship and said, Yan Yi, there's no need to hide. Since we've made an appearance here, it represents that we're completely sure that you're here. This is out of the Ding clan's scope of influence, so no one will be able to protect you now. Come out obediently and receive your death. Don't worry, we won't make you die a very unsightly death. After all, you're a Sword Emperor. Yan Yi? The Sword Emperor? All of them were stunned. And Xiaonan, who was by Yan Yi's side, was stunned. After that, she swiftly turned to look at Yan Yi before she screamed and took a dozen steps backward. She pointed at Yan Yi and spoke with a trembling tone. You're that demon. You. Yan Yi rolled his eyes at her. She is so. Yan Yi shook his head and paid no further attention to her, and then he took a deep breath. Had thought that he could hide from them, but he hadn't expected that he would still be discovered by them. Yan Yi walked slowly towards the deck under the surprised and curious gazes of everyone. At this moment, the veiled woman and the young man were looking at Yan Yi with curious expressions as well. It was especially so for the young man as there was also excitement and battle intent in his eyes. Hey! Right at this moment, and Zionan's voice suddenly sounded out from behind Yan Yi, and he turned around to look at her. And Xiaonan hesitated for a moment before she said, Great demon. If you die later then it'll help you bury your corpse out of consideration for the conversation that we just had. Yan Yi's face twitched as he glared fiercely at her. Had decided to not speak a word to her because he really couldn't speak with her like a normal person. Yan Yi turned around as void flash appeared in his hand. 2 steps later, the blue sword chest appeared on his back. When he arrived at the center of the deck, the 9th Hell Sword Wings had appeared on his back as well. According to rumor, Yan Yi possesses a natural treasure and an extremely formidable Dao artifact. Looks like he really is the Sword Emperor. The young man by the veiled woman's side spoke with slight excitement. Haha. As expected of the Sword Emperor. You're able to maintain such indifference and composure even when facing our group of so many Exalt Realm experts. It truly makes me feel embarrassed. After all, I didn't even dare to speak loudly when I faced an Exalt Realm expert at your age, said the middle-aged man. Over 20 Exalt Realm experts, and there are even 4 at the 5th rank. TSK. Your Sky Devil sect. No, I should say that Luo Jun really does think highly of me to prepare such a force, said Yang Yi. It can't be helped. Even though you are at the Spirit Realm, ordinary Exalt Realm experts aren't a match for you. The Mortal Emperor naturally sent so many of us so that we can kill you in one go. Because he doesn't want to give you any chances. Now, how about I allow you to take your own life? If I were to do it, then the dignified Sword Emperor might have no corpse left when I'm done, said the middle-aged man. Chapter 491 Hostage. Yang Yi swept the surroundings with his gaze, and he noticed that there were Exalt Realm experts all around the ship. There were 4 at the 5th rank of the Exalt Realm, a single 6th rank Exalt Realm expert, and the rest were 1st to 4th rank Exalt Realm experts. Moreover, there were 3 other ships on either side and behind the ship he was on, and there were countless Spirit Realm Profounders on these ships. Over 20 Exalt Realm experts, over 100 Spirit Realm experts. How do I flee from such a force? At this moment, a powerless feeling had arisen in Yang Yi's heart again. His enemies were too huge in number and too strong, and he was still too weak in the end. You refuse to take your own life? Then I won't hold back. Yuan Yan raised his right hand slowly, causing a wave of fluctuation to arise in space. Wait! Right at this moment, the young man by the veiled woman's side had suddenly stepped forward. Yan Yi glanced at the young man before he took a glance at the woman, and then he seemed to have thought of something, causing a wisp of a mysterious smile to immediately arise on the corners of his mouth. The veiled woman frowned and said, What are you doing? Yuan Yan said, Young Master Yi, this is a matter between Yang Yi and us. I hope young Master Yi doesn't interfere. The young man smiled and said, Don't worry, Senior. I have no intention to protect Yang Yi. It's just that I heard he's the Sword Emperor of this era who possesses peerless attainments in the Sword Dao and the strongest amongst the sword cultivators of the younger generation. I, Yi Liangchen, am not convinced of that at all. Since I've encountered him today, I intend to have a little competition with him. After all, he's going to die in a moment. So, I wouldn't have another chance if I were to miss this opportunity. Thus, I hope Senior can fulfill my wish. You intend to challenge Yang Yi? Yuan Yan spoke with astonishment. The young man nodded and said, Of course. Yuan Yan glanced at the young man. He knew that this fellow before him intended to use Yang Yi to make a name for himself. If he killed Yang Yi or defeated Yang Yi, then his reputation would definitely shock the entire Southern Territory and Ocean of Anarchy. However, could he defeat Yang Yi? In any case, Yuan Yan didn't believe that Yi Liangchen could. Because if Yang Yi was so easy to defeat, then the Mortal Emperor wouldn't have sent so many of them here. Yi Liangchen continued. Senior, please give my Ocean of Clouds merchant group some face and fulfill this wish of mine. In any case, Yang Yi won't be able to escape regardless of whether I win or lose, right? Yuan Yan pondered deeply for a moment before he said, Since young Master Yi is so confident, then please go ahead. However, I must warn young Master Yi that Yang Yi doesn't possess an undeserved reputation. So, I hope young Master Yi will be careful. Thank you, Senior. Yi Liangchen nodded, and then he turned around to gaze at Yan Yi. Meanwhile, the veiled woman obstructed Yi Liangqin's path and said, "You've investigated him, and you are aware of his character. It's very likely that you'll die." Yi Liangqin rolled his eyes and said, "Big sister, do you have no confidence in your own younger brother? Just watch properly and see how I beat down this sword emperor." As he spoke, he turned around to gaze at Yan Yi. At the same time, a sword had appeared in his hand as he said, "Yan Yi, I've been wanting to fight you for a very long time, and I'm finally able to get my wish today. Come, show me your entire strength, and let I, Yi Liangqin, see how strong the so-called Sword Emperor is." Yan Yi said, "Do I have a choice?" "You don't." "Haha." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Liangqin waved his sword lightly. In an instant, the ocean water in the surroundings of the ship started to roil, and then an enormous amount of water transformed into numerous waves that shot into the air. Heh! I never expected that the young master has actually succeeded in cultivating the billowing waves sword technique. After all, it's a mid-grade heaven rank sword technique. Young master, you can set your mind at rest now, right? The old man by the veiled woman's side said. Young master has already grasped 90% of this sword technique, and we're above the ocean now, so its might would be improved greatly. I think that even if young master is only a 7th rank spirit realm expert, his current attack is something that even ordinary Exalt realm experts wouldn't be able to resist. Hee hee. Let me see how that fellow, Yan Yi, deals with the young master's attack. The veiled woman didn't speak, and she just gazed at Yan Yi. At this moment Yan Yi's expression was very calm, and he didn't show any signs of executing a technique. However, the more Yan Yi acted like that, the more uneasy she felt in her heart. Yan Yi paid no attention to the might of Yi Liangqin's technique, and his gaze was just moving ceaselessly between the veiled woman and Yi Liangqin as if he was thinking about something. On the other hand, Anzionen's eyes glowed as she gazed at the waves that filled the air, and she frequently shot glances at Yan Yi as well while excitement and curiosity filled her eyes. Billowing Waves Sword Technique. Right at this moment, Yi Liangqin shouted as he spun his wrist, and then the countless waves shot violently towards Yan Yi like torrents. Moreover, Yi Liangqin's figure flashed as he shot explosively towards Yan Yi while the sword in his hand carried an enormous torrent of its own. Yan Yi shook his head lightly as he gazed at the torrents that covered the air. This sword technique was really not bad and Yi Liangqin had trained well in it. Unfortunately, it wasn't enhanced by sword intent, and a sword technique without sword intent wasn't much of a threat to Yan Yi. A wisp of a strange smile arose on the corners of Yi Liangqin's mouth when he noticed that Yan Yi had still not attacked. In the next moment, a wisp of bright light flashed in Yi Liangqin's eyes as his speed rose explosively, and instantly arrived in front of Yan Yi. At the same time, an invisible force surged explosively from within him and enveloped Yan Yi. It was sword intent. 7th level sword intent. The spectators in the surroundings were shocked. They hadn't expected that this fellow who looked really unreliable would actually possess 7th level sword intent. Moreover, they hadn't expected that this fellow who acted like an idiot would have actually been putting on a show of weakness to his enemy. It was especially so for the veiled woman and the others. They were extremely surprised right now because Yi Liangqin only possessed 6th level sword intent in the past, yet now. In other words, he had been constantly concealing his strength. The veiled woman revealed a wisp of a smile when she thought of this. Yan Yi was slightly surprised as well. 7th level sword intent. This fellow is a genius in the sword Dao just like Lu Jianyao. But so long as it wasn't 8th level sword intent which could take material form, then it was impossible for it to be a threat against him. Yan Yi stopped hesitating and acted decisively. A strand of red light shot into the sky from him, and a bang resounded when it collided with the torrents before water splashed throughout the surroundings. 8th level sword intent. Yi Liangqin's pupils constricted. He knew that Yan Yi possessed 8th level sword intent, but he hadn't expected that it would be so formidable to the point it was actually countless times stronger than 7th level sword intent. Yi Liangqin suppressed the shock in his heart before he spun his wrist again, and another torrent formed on his sword as it slashed down towards Yan Yi. Right at this moment, Yi Liangchen noticed to his astonishment that Yang Yi had suddenly vanished. His expression changed drastically and was just about to dodge. Unfortunately, it was still too late. Yang Yi had already appeared behind him and a sword was placed against the back of his neck. Dejection covered Yi Liangchen's face as head lost just like that. Everyone in the surroundings were dumbstruck. I, Yi Liangchen, am not convinced of my loss. Shut up! Yang Yi turned to look at the veiled woman and said, Activate the offensive formation and blast all of these fellows into bits. Everyone was stunned by this. Yang Yi swung his sword, and then a hole appeared on Yi Liangchen's back, causing him to instantly break out with cold sweat. However, Yi Liangchen didn't make a sound. At this moment, he understood that he was a hostage. Yang Yi gazed at the veiled woman as he moved his hand again, and then another hole appeared on Yi Liangchen's body. He said, If you still refuse to activate the formation, then the next swing of my sword will separate his head from his body. The veiled woman recovered from her shock, and her expression was slightly unsightly. How could she not understand that Yang Yi was using her younger brother to threaten her, and he wanted her to use the ship's formations and the forces of her merchant group to help him? Attack! Yuan Yen and the others stopped watching, and all of them were prepared to attack. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while killing intent flashed through his eyes. He was just about to kill Yi Liangchen when the veiled woman suddenly shouted, Activate the formations. Everyone, do your best and stop them. Even though she wished for nothing more than to kill Yang Yi, she had no choice but to do as Yang Yi said because she firmly believed that her younger brother would definitely lose his head if she continued to hesitate. The others behind her hesitated slightly upon hearing her, but they didn't dare continue when they saw her fierce gaze. The profound energy within their bodies surged madly into the talisman markings around the ship. In an instant, numerous dazzling rays of light shot into the sky. The expressions on the faces of Yuan Yen and the others changed violently. They didn't dare go head-on against these rays of light, and they just dodged successively and retreated to a distance of over 300 m. On the other hand, the winged shark hadn't been able to retreat in time and was struck by a few rays of light, causing it to be immediately blasted into pieces. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he witnessed this scene because Head made the right bet. Young Miss Yi, what are you doing? Yuan Yen had a very unsightly expression on his face. If he knew this would happen, then he would have never agreed to the one-on-one battle between Yang Yi and Yi Liangchen. The veiled woman paid no attention to Yuan Yen. She just waved her hand and 100 top-grade energy stones fell into some of the slots around the deck. In an instant, a barrier of light covered the entire ship. Forward at full speed! The veiled woman shouted. As soon as she spoke, the ship was like an arrow that was released from a bow, and it instantly appeared 3 kilometers away. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched because he noticed that those 100 top-grade energy stones that she had just placed into the slots had already transformed into a pile of ash in just this short moment of time. Fortunately, she withdrew another 100 of them to replace the last 100. Its consumption of energy stones was horrifying. Even Yang Yi felt that such consumption of energy stones hurt. Fortunately, it wasn't his energy stones that were being burned away. As they watched the Ocean of Clouds merchant group's ship vanishing into the distance, Yuan Yen and the others had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. They hadn't expected that something which had no risk of failure would actually turn out like this. Pursue them. These ships exhaust a huge amount of energy stones. They won't be able to hold on like that for long, said Yuan Yen in a deep voice. The others nodded, and then they tore space apart and chased after the ship. On the ship, those 4 Exalt Realm experts had surrounded Yang Yi. At this moment, all of them from the Ocean of Clouds merchant group were glaring angrily at Yang Yi. If Yi Liangchen wasn't in Yang Yi's hands, then they would have probably rushed him as a group. Young Master Yang, can you let my younger brother go now? Said the veiled woman. Yang Yi glanced at the others in the surroundings and said, Miss Yi, all of you would definitely attack me immediately if I were to let your younger brother go now, right? Moreover, do all of you think you'll be able to escape their pursuit even if all of you don't attack me? So, I hope that Miss Yi will be able to send me to a safe place. Yan Yi, you're going too far. Yi Liangchen spoke furiously. You caused this trouble yourself, so why should we wipe your ass for you? Aren't you very formidable? Go deal with it yourself. Hiss. Another hole appeared on Yi Liangchen's chest while a strand of blood sprayed out from it, and then his countenance turned slightly paler. Chapter 492 The Mermaid Clan. Yan Yi, am not convinced of my defeat. If you're so capable, then let me go, allow me to recuperate, and have a fair fight with me. Yi Liangchen spoke furiously. They'll chop off the hand which you used to wield your sword if you don't shut up. Yan Yi glanced coldly at Yi Liangchen, and the latter instantly shut his mouth. Obviously, he didn't want to lose his hand. Young Master Yang, our top-grade energy stones aren't sufficient to maintain such a speed until we arrive at the Central Territory. Moreover, this defensive formation on our ship utilizes 100 top-grade energy stones every 15 minutes. So if you want to live, then it's best that you leave the ship right now. Perhaps you'll still have a chance at surviving in the boundless ocean with the strength you possess, said the veiled woman. Yan Yi shook his head and said, Young Miss Yi, stop trying to deceive me. This ocean is practically boundless, and there are all sorts of mysterious oceanic creatures within it. I would definitely die if I left the ship. I have no choice but to ask Miss Yi to escort me to a safe place. Am powerless to accomplish that. The veiled woman gazed at Yan Yi as she spoke these words. Yan Yi smiled while he placed his sword on Yi Liangchen's neck, and he said, Miss Yi, you have them, don't you? He naturally couldn't let Yi Liangchen go right now, because those fellows pursuing them and these fellows from the Ocean of Clouds merchant group would definitely not spare him once he did. Young Master Yang, while everyone says that you're ruthless and stop at nothing, I know that you differentiate clearly between kindness and enmity, and all those you killed were those who offended you first. But young Master Yang, my merchant group didn't offend you, right? Aren't your current actions a little immoral? Said the veiled woman. You didn't? Yang Yi smiled and said, Miss Yi, have you forgotten that it was your younger brother who attacked me first? Don't tell me that he didn't injure me. Everyone understands that the reason he didn't was because he doesn't possess sufficient strength. So, Miss Yi, please don't waste your breath. Otherwise, your younger brother will lose his head. The veiled woman said, Young Master Yi, a huge amount of top-grade energy stones is required to maintain the defensive and offensive formations in order to stop those Exalt Realm experts who are pursuing you. However, we don't have top-grade energy stones anymore. So, the defensive and offensive formations will be deactivated in around 7 minutes from now. Thus, if you really want to live, then it's best to leave this ship. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to help you even if you kill my younger brother. Yan Yi gazed at her for a short while, and he didn't kill Yi Liangchen. He knew that she wasn't lying. After all, not everyone was like him and used top-grade energy stones like they were just rocks. So, Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he waved his hand, and then 100 top-grade energy stones appeared before the veiled woman. He said, They'll supply the energy stones. Your only responsibility is to speed up and take me to the Central Territory. It's best that you don't try to play tricks. Otherwise, your younger brother will really die. A wisp of surprise flashed through her eyes because casually producing 100 top-grade energy stones wasn't something that just anyone could accomplish. He's actually that wealthy. This surprised her a little, and she had no other choice but to do as Yang Yi said. Can you let me go now? Yi Liangchen glared angrily at Yang Yi. He felt very aggrieved right now, because he hadn't expected that he would lose in the span of a single move. Just one move. That was such a blow to his confidence. Can you not ask such stupid questions? Asked Yang Yi. Yang Yi, you're going too far. Yi Liangchen was furious. Yang Yi pressed his sword against Yi Liangchen's neck and said, What are you going to do about it? You! Yi Liangchen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly turned around and gazed towards the distance, and he saw numerous figures following closely behind the ship. It was exactly Yuan Yen and the others. Yan Yi was quite furious when he saw them pursuing him without any intention to give up. He issued a command in his heart, and the immortal binding rope instantly wrapped itself around Yi Liangqin's neck. He held the rope in his left hand while he held Void Flash in his right, and then the profound energy within him started surging violently. Yan Yi! What are you doing? The corners of Yi Liangqin's mouth twitched. Truthfully speaking, he felt quite fearful of Yang Yi right now. Because this fellow seemed to attack at the slightest hint of provocation, and Yang Yi clearly seemed like he was about to attack right now. At this moment, Yi Liangqin felt slight regret for being reluctant to accept the situation he was in, and he only hoped that Yang Yi wouldn't go berserk and behead him. Yang Yi, we've done as you said. What else do you want? The old man by the veiled woman's side spoke furiously. The veiled woman's eyes narrowed while killing intent surged with them. The others glared angrily at Yang Yi as well. Even In Xiaonan was glaring fiercely at Yang Yi as she felt that Yang Yi was really going too far. Yang Yi paid no attention to them. After his profound energy surged madly into Void Flash, his 8th level sword intent attached itself to Void Flash as well. Yi Liangqin instantly felt a strand of heavy pressure when Yang Yi's sword intent appeared. Yi Liangqin was extremely shocked because he possessed 7th level sword intent, and it was only a level lower than Yang Yi's sword intent. Why is his sword intent so strong? In next to no time, Yang Yi's gaze locked onto a middle-aged man almost 300 m away who was a second-rank Exalt Realm expert. A wisp of a cold glow flashed in Yang Yi's eyes. In the next moment, he suddenly stabbed Void Flash forward. The tip of a sword suddenly appeared before the middle-aged man's throat, and his expression changed drastically. He wanted to evade it, but it was too late, and he could only activate his profound energy barrier to cover his throat. Hiss! The tip of the sword stabbed against his throat, and then it experienced no obstruction at all and directly pierced through the middle-aged man's throat. The middle-aged man's eyes opened wide and were filled with disbelief. Never had he imagined that he would actually die just like that. In next to no time, his corpse crashed down from midair. An Exalt Realm expert perished just like that. Everyone here was shocked, and they gazed at Yang Yi as if they were looking at a monster. Yi Liangqin shivered as he pointed a finger at Yang Yi. He wanted to say something but didn't say anything in the end, and only his eyes were filled with shock and fear. It wasn't just Yi Liangqin, even the veiled woman and those other Exalt Realm experts from the merchant group had fear all over their faces. In the past, they'd merely heard that Yang Yi could surmount a realm of cultivation to kill Exalt Realm experts, but it was only rumors in the end, and they hadn't seen it for themselves. But they'd seen it for themselves now. An Exalt Realm expert had just died like that before their very eyes, and Yang Yi was only a second-rank Spirit Realm Profounder. Would anyone in the Exalt Realm be able to stop him if he attains the Exalt Realm? Yuan Yen and the others had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces as well. They hadn't expected that Yang Yi would still be able to kill one of their companions at a time like this. At the same time, they felt deep fear in their hearts. This fellow is truly a monstrous genius. He's only at the second rank of the Spirit Realm. Wouldn't he be able to kill us like we are ants if he attains the Exalt Realm? No wonder the mortal emperor thinks so highly of him. Yuan Yen hesitated for a moment before he said in a low voice, "Attack! They should have no more top-grade energy stones to activate the offensive formations. Let's attack together and destroy the defensive barrier. We can't allow him to survive no matter what." The others nodded, and then they charged towards the ship. Yan Yi's eyelids twitched when he saw so many Exalt Realm experts charging towards them, and then he turned to gaze at the veiled woman and said, "Activate the offensive formations! I have no energy stones." The veiled woman had only spoken halfway when a ray of white light flashed, and then another 100 top-grade energy stones appeared in front of her. She took a deep glance at Yang Yi before she waved her hand and placed them into those slots on the deck. In an instant, countless rays of light shot into the air. Yuan Yen was astounded, and the expressions of the other Exalt Realm experts changed drastically. "Retreat!" Quickly! Yuan Yan's figure flashed and appeared 300 m away. The reactions of the others weren't any slower, and they hurriedly evaded it. However, the four fellows who were charging right at the front of the group hadn't been able to dodge in time, and they were struck by the rays of light and perished on the spot. How could they possibly have more top-grade energy stones? One of the Exalt Realm experts roared furiously. Yuan Yan's expression was slightly ferocious. He hadn't imagined that the Ocean of Clouds merchant group would still have more top-grade energy stones. Up until this very moment, it had at least spent 400 top-grade energy stones. 400 top-grade energy stones. The Ocean of Clouds merchant group is actually that rich to casually toss away 400 top-grade energy stones. After all, even he wasn't able to casually produce that many top-grade energy stones. The deaths of those four Exalt Realm experts caused Yuan Yan and the others to dare not attack rashly. Even though they were still 15 strong, they didn't want to use their lives as a wager and bet on whether the enemy still had top-grade energy stones. Yan Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he witnessed this scene, and then he snuck out an extreme-grade energy stone and placed it within his pocket to be absorbed. So long as he had the ship and top-grade energy stones, then those Exalt Realm experts wouldn't be a threat to him anymore. Conversely, he could even launch surprise attacks against them from time to time. In short, the current situation was much better than the situation he was in earlier. However, he still didn't dare allow himself to be careless. Because the slightest bit of carelessness from him could mean that these fellows around him would launch a lethal strike against him. He hadn't forgotten that the reason they were helping him was because he had control over Yi Liangken's fate. The veiled woman spoke abruptly. "Young Master Yang, let my younger brother go to recuperate. He'll be your hostage, all right?" "No," Yi Liangchen said. "Big sister, I heard that this fellow is a pervert. He'll definitely do something to you if you were to fall into his hands. Don't mind me. I can hold on. Isn't it just a few injuries from his sword? It's fine." The corners of Yan Yi's mouth twitched. "A pervert? Who exactly is spoiling my reputation?" The veiled woman glared fiercely at Yi Liangchen, and then she gazed at Yan Yi. Yan Yi waved his hand and withdrew an extreme-grade healing talisman before slapping it onto Yi Liangchen. Yi Liangchen was his protection charm right now, so he would naturally not allow Yi Liangchen to die. Surprise appeared on the veiled woman's face when she saw that extreme-grade healing talisman, and she took a long glance at Yan Yi. "This Sword Emperor is really mysterious." Bang! Suddenly, an enormous pillar of water shot out from the surface of the ocean, and then a creature with the body of a person, the tail of a fish, and a trident in his hand appeared before them. The Mermaid Clan! Yan Yi noticed that the veiled woman and the others had unsightly expressions on their faces while the Exalt Realm experts had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. The Mermaid Clan? What the fuck is that? Yan Yi frowned. Chapter 493 Liangchen's Love. The Mermaid Clan is one of the clans of oceanic creatures, and most of them live within the ocean anarchy. They're extremely hostile to humans because humans used to capture them as slaves. They usually don't show themselves above the ocean because they fear being captured. Once they do make an appearance above the ocean, then it represents that they were in a group. So, we're in danger. And Xiaonan had suddenly walked over to Yang Yi's side and spoken in a low voice. Sure enough, she had just finished speaking when Yang Yi noticed numerous profounders from the Mermaid Clan in the ocean around them. Yang Yi noticed to his surprise that many were women, extremely beautiful women. However, regardless of their gender, all their gazes carried hatred when they looked at the human profounders on the ship. What? Aren't you afraid that I, this great demon, would kill you? Yang Yi glanced at Xiaonan and spoke with an amused expression. Xiaonan took a few steps back and seemed slightly vigilant against him when she heard that. Such actions made Yang Yi feel very speechless. Am I really that terrifying? Yang Yi paid no further attention to her, and he shot his gaze towards the distance. At this moment, their ship had been surrounded by the Mermaid Clan, and profounders from the Mermaid Clan filled their fields of vision. There were over 10,000 of them. Human! Hand over our clansmen, otherwise, all of you'll be buried beneath the ocean today! The merman in the lead of the group pointed his trident at the ship as he spoke with a furious voice. A clansman of theirs? Yan Yi noticed that Yi Lianqin's expression grew slightly unusual. The veiled woman frowned and said, "We haven't captured any of your clansmen. Have you made a mistake? Human, don't try to weasel your way out of it. I can sense her aura. She's on your ship. You've definitely utilized despicable methods to capture her. It'll give you a chance to hand her over, and leave immediately. Otherwise, all of you'll meet your doom today." The merman spoke in a furious tone. The veiled woman was just about to speak when Yan Yi suddenly said, "Perhaps you should ask your younger brother about it." Yi Lianqin's expression grew even more unsightly. The veiled woman's face fell when she noticed the change in his expression and said, "What exactly is going on?" Yi Lianqin remained silent. The veiled woman spoke angrily. "Are you trying to get everyone killed?" Yi Lianqin remained silent. "Search the ship," said the veiled woman. A man by her side acknowledged her order and withdrew from here. Before long, the man appeared here once more. However, he had a woman in his hands, and the woman's lower body was covered by a black dress. But it wasn't difficult to discern that she was a mermaid from the mermaid clan. The other members of the merchant group had gloomy expressions when they saw her. They hadn't expected that their young master had really brought a mermaid along on the ship. After all, that was like poking a hornet's nest. "Big sister, I beg you to spare her. Big sister, I beg you." Yi Lianqin pleaded hastily when he saw the woman. The woman flashed over to Yi Lianqin and slapped him on the face before she said furiously, "Yi Lianqin, you actually brought a mermaid on board. Do you know that all of us would die because of you? Just have a look outside. There are over 10 exalt rank and over 1,000 spirit rank oceanic creatures out there. So long as they're willing, they can double or even triple their forces. You want us to spare her? Are you an idiot? Big sister, we love each other sincerely. Please don't give her to the mermaid clan. Otherwise, they'll take my own life right now." "You should know that I'm not joking," said Yi Lianqin in a serious tone. "You..." The veiled woman's chest rose and fell rapidly from her anger. "Human! Hand her over!" Right at this moment, the merman outside the ship's barrier spoke once more. Yan Yi noticed that the number of members of the mermaid clan outside was growing. "Hand her over!" the veiled woman ordered in a cold voice. "Don't you dare!" Yi Lianqin suddenly flared up. "It'll annihilate the entire family of anyone who dares to hand her over." Slap! Another palm print appeared on Yi Lianqin's face. He gazed at the veiled woman and said, "Big sister, I've never asked you for anything throughout my life. But I beg you to not give her to them, all right? Her clansmen will kill her if you hand her to them. They'll really kill her. Lianqin." Meanwhile, the mermaid suddenly said, "Don't put your older sister in a difficult position. I'm already very satisfied to have been able to meet you and fall in love with you. Thank you for rescuing me from those humans who tried to capture me and allowed me to keep my dignity." "Thank you? Hong Yu, I want hand you over to them, I want," Yi Lianqin said. "We've agreed that we would explore the human world together, and I promise that to you. I'll absolutely fulfill my promise. Big sister, I beg you, don't hand her over. Don't hand her over to them and I'll obey everything you say in the future, everything." The veiled woman took a deep breath and said, "Do you realize that we'll be besieged to death by these fellows from the mermaid clan?" Bang! Right at this moment, the ship suddenly shook. All of them looked over and saw that the merman had started attacking the ship. Yan Yi's expression became solemn because that fellow's strength was very formidable. "Human! Quickly hand her over!" The merman struck the defensive barrier a few more times, causing the ship to shake violently. Yan Yi fell silent. Had decided to stay out of this matter. In any case, the mermaid clan hadn't come looking for him. The veil woman looked Yi Lianqin in the eye for a long time. Suddenly, she slapped him on the back of his head, and he instantly fell unconscious. Of course, he was still under Yan Yi's control. You should be aware that Hell hates you forever once he wakes up. Perhaps Hell even take you to be his enemy, said Yang Yi. The veiled woman glanced coldly at Yang Yi, and then she walked over to the mermaid and said, I'm sorry, but I can't keep you here. The mermaid called Hong Yu nodded and said, I understand. Tell him that I'll be his wife in my next life. The veiled woman nodded, and then she brought Hong Yu with her as she walked over to the merman and said, Ask your forces to withdraw and I'll hand her over immediately. The merman glanced at the veiled woman. Suddenly he pointed at Yang Yi and said, Hand him over as well. The veiled woman was first stunned, and then she was delighted because her intuition told her that these fellows from the mermaid clan were going to be in trouble. Yang Yi was stunned as well. I don't even know this fellow. Could the mermaid clan have sided with Luo Jun as well? Yan Yi's gaze turned icy cold when he thought of this. What? You're unwilling to do that? The merman spoke coldly. Countless waves surged around him, and his imposing aura was shocking. The veiled woman gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi said, I don't think we know each other, right? I'm really curious why you've asked for me. Someone has placed a bounty on you. 1,000 top-grade energy stones for you alive and 500 if you're dead. The merman said, I'm really curious why an ant who's merely a second-rank spirit realm profounder would be worth 1,000 top-grade energy stones. Alright, enough of talk. Come over if you're sensible, otherwise, all those by your side will die because of you. Yang Yi didn't have to give it any thought to know who'd placed a bounty on him. He didn't waste his breath at all and just waved his hand, causing 100 top-grade energy stones to fall into the slots in the surroundings. In an instant, countless rays of light shot into the air. That merman was astounded, and his figure flashed swiftly and barely avoided the rays of light. However, some of the other mermen and mermaids in the surroundings weren't that swift, and they were instantly blasted into bits. Yang Yi didn't lack top-grade energy stones as well. After all, he had at least 30,000 extreme-grade energy stones within the tiny vortex. One of them was equivalent to 100 top-grade energy stones. So, how many did he have? Could anyone in the world be richer than he was? Yang Yi waved his hand and another 200 top-grade energy stones appeared before the veiled woman as he said, Blast them! Blast all of these bastards into bits! Motherfuckers! They just had to go be Luo Jun's dogs instead of just being oceanic creatures as they should. They'll make it so that they can't even be dogs. The corners of the others' mouths twitched when they saw Yang Yi produce 200 more top-grade energy stones. Exactly how rich is he? The veiled woman's eyelids twitched as well because even she, one of the owners of the Ocean of Clouds merchant group, wasn't able to casually produce so many top-grade energy stones like Yang Yi had. No matter what, the danger they faced seemed to have been resolved, and she didn't have to hand Hong Yu over. She naturally doted upon her younger brother, and didn't want him to live his life in pain. Now that it had sufficient energy stones, the formations around the ship didn't stop for a moment. Countless rays of light shot incessantly towards the surroundings, and a large number of mermen and mermaids were instantly blasted to death. That merman from before hurriedly gave the other for them to retreat, and he didn't dare approach the ship again. Yuan Yen and the others were delighted when they saw this scene, because they felt that it was definitely the last energy stones that the Ocean of Clouds merchant group had. So, once this wave of attacks concluded, then the merchant group would definitely be out of energy stones. They refused to believe that the merchant group had brought over 1,000 top-grade energy stones with them on this rip. So, they intended to attack once this wave of attacks came to an end. Yang Yi, you're really rich? And Xiaonan had suddenly appeared by Yang Yi's side. However, she didn't get too close to him. Obviously, she was still afraid of this demon. You're thinking of robbing me? Said Yang Yi. And Xiaonan hurriedly waved her hands and said, Not now, only when I get back. And Xiaonan had blurted it out by accident. She seemed extremely afraid that Yang Yi would attack her, so she hurriedly took a few steps back and didn't dare speak another word. Yang Yi rolled his eyes at her. She actually really intends to rob me. Right at this moment, those rays of light had vanished. At the same time, Yuan Yen and the others attacked once more. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.